Waste to Water Sports crew, ahoy! How's everybody doing? Welcome to Friday Night Footy. And a big doubleheader. I say big because there's some serious ramifications coming up potentially in these two games. You've got two teams who are fighting for their seasons going up against two teams who are firmly nestled inside the top 8. And especially the surprise package of this season, the Newcastle Knights, right? I mean, I didn't, but raise your hand, anybody in the chat, if you had the Newcastle Knights battling it out for the wooden spoon in season 2025. Or 2026, rather. Never mind season 2025. That's long gone. But yes, I've got to say, I thought the Newcastle Knights would be on the brink of the 8. Certainly didn't have them sitting inside the top 4 at any point. And they're doing extremely well for themselves at the moment. Joey Johns has got to be thrilled with the way that they're going right about now. Clint 007, ahoy mate, Game of Mel, ahoy. Let's go Storm. Yes, indeed. I've tipped the Storm tonight. I think that they've turned their season around. Clint 007 says Storm for the upset. I should point out that the Melbourne Storm are very short-priced, red-hot favourites for this game with the bookmakers. David Tuakara, ahoy mate. Robert Peters, ahoy mate. Mark Music, ahoy. Aussie John, ahoy mate. Nice to see everybody again as we get ourselves ready for a doubleheader here tonight. Friday Night Footy, excited to bring you all the action as always. Junior Ryder, ahoy mate. Wasted Water Sports, of course, live on multiple platforms. I think I've discovered that I'm not allowed to mention the other platforms. Like certain platforms out there get a little bit upset that I'm on other platforms, I think. And if I mention the other ones by name, as a matter of fact, I'm not even on other platforms. Don't even bother trying to find me. Doesn't happen. Ditch Digger, ahoy mate. Unders or overs? What do I think? Oh, 49.5. What's that? 20. So say 25 points each. Oh, this game surely has the makings of overs, right? Here's what concerns me for the Melbourne Storm, right? I said Melbourne have obviously gone into this short-priced favourites with the bookmakers. Let me tell you what concerns me massively. Joe Chan is playing in the centres. Any time that I can recall Joe Chan playing in the centres, he's great in the middle. He's fantastic in the middle. I mean, that's the position. 11 or 12, that's the position that we expect to see him in. Joe Chan in the centres concerns the hell out of me. As somebody who has tipped the Melbourne Storm and is expecting them to win, I'm terrified at the fact that he's playing in the centres tonight. So anytime that I've seen it happen, he gets exposed. He obviously doesn't have the pace of your typical modern-day centre. So he's a bit of a throwback, really, in many respects. Like, he's a very good, agile, ball-playing middle. But when you put him in the centres, he's a little bit bigger, a little bit heavier, and a little bit off the pace. He's a throwback to the old days, where you used to have your ball-playing centre and your bosher, we used to call them back in the day. I know that we used to call them that because I was a bosher. My only job was to just run. Don't kick, don't pass. Just head down, ass up, boom, charge into contact every single time and bend the line. But anyway, we'll see how Joe Chan does in the centres tonight, going up against, who will he be going up against? Dane Gagai. There you go. Cody says it's weird that Newcastle, $2 odds, they've got a big chance of beating them. Well, I suspect that the odds are a little bit skewed as well because Newcastle have not won here since 2015. We have seen in recent seasons, though, this is the year, or the past couple of seasons, is when droughts get broken, right? We've seen it happen time and time again over the past couple of seasons. It is the era of the drought breakers, the record breakers. Well, I'll tell you where the game could be won or lost. on the scoreboard, obviously, but it could be won or lost, sending traffic and really testing out Joe Chan defensively in the centres. I'm so concerned about that. I don't understand. I cannot for the life of me understand why Craig Bellamy has done it. I know that they're very injury ravaged at the moment, the Melbourne Storm. They're waiting on some players to come back, especially in the outside backs. But surely they're not at this much of a crisis that we're going back to Joe Chan in the centres. I actually might... I wonder if it's too late for me to rethink my same-game multi. We got 5 minutes to go till kickoff. I'm actually starting to think maybe Gags gets a try tonight. I've talked myself into this. I might have also talked myself into changing my tip from the Melbourne Storm to the Knights. Okay, let's talk some positivity for the Melbourne Storm. Suafalongo. What a standout he's been. We all sort of thought, well, we thought that there were big things coming for him in the future. And I, for one, certainly, I wasn't on the bandwagon of Melbourne will be lost without Pappenhausen. Because Suafalongo is, in many respects, he's a young Pappenhausen 2.0. I don't think they've lost a beat by having him back there. Robert Peters says it doesn't matter who's favourites as long as it's a good game. And the favourites have a habit of losing when they should win. And that's exactly right, Robert Peters. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who's the favourites because anything could happen on the night. Lee Bowden, ahoy, mate. Swiper the Sniper, Grant 1, Gagai 1, Storm 13 plus at $19.50. I do like the Gagai try. I've talked myself into Gagai to score a try. Maybe I should swap somebody out. Let's see. Maybe I swap out Marju. Or maybe I keep everybody in. Maybe I want to keep everybody in and just up it to 6 legs. What kind of madness would that be? Should I go up to 6 legs? No, I think it's too late. There's like 3 minutes until kickoff. Plenty of time to slap on a multi, but not enough time to update the graphics or anything like that. We'll see. Rectub, thank you very much for the heart me. A nice early gift over there on the TikTok. Thank you very much. Swiper the Sniper. Have a feeling that this could be a low-scoring one. Robert Peters, Stan, have your bets come up for you lately? We got one a few weeks back, but it's been a pretty lean year when it comes to the same-game multis. We got one in the... I think it was the Raiders Sharks game. Absolutely nailed it. Like, we secured it before the halftime break. But outside of that, it's been a pretty lean year. But I'm more into trading. If anyone's familiar with sports trading, that's what I do. So the same-game multis are just a little bit of fun to add something extra to the streams, basically. So... Adam Sweets, ahoy, mate. It's going to be high scoring right off the bat or 2-0 full-time score. God, wouldn't 2-0 be something? Teams around on the field and kickoff is just moments away. Melbourne Storm. This is a game that they should win. This is a game that they need to win if they want to keep their season on track. Let's go. Let's go. First try scorer, Will Warbrick. Let's go. Melbourne Storm to win by 10. Will Warbrick, first try scorer. And man of the match, Harry Grant. Fake Slim Shady, ahoy mate. Kalen Ponga, key for the Newcastle Knights, as always. Suafalongo needs a standout for the Melbourne Storm from the back. Kickoff, moments away. Mr. Delmo says Falongo, first try. I do like it. I do like it a lot. Sua is very quickly becoming one of my favorite players in the competition. Oh, we're off and running. Newcastle with the kickoff. The home side, Melbourne with first use. Jerome Hughes gives it to Itikamanu. And it's a wall of Newcastle defence there to meet him. And it's a solid start to the game for Newcastle, showing that they're up for the fight. Keeping the Storm pinned down inside their own 20. Bear with me for a second here while I get my team sheets. That kind of snuck up on me a little bit, the kickoff, I must admit. Waste to World Sports live to bring you all the action in this companion stream. Alternative commentary each and every weekend for NRL and, of course, Super Rugby. Super Rugby finals are coming up. They started tonight, actually, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, fifth and last here for the Storm. Munster on halfway, puts the kick downfield, and it's an easy take under no pressure at the back there. Kalen Ponga. Scarecrow, 4465, says Harry Grant for first try. As Melbourne navigate their first set without issue. Marju bumps off one poor soul. Oh, it was Harry Grant. And Marju gets 10 metres. Here's a Pappenhausen lookalike from afar, but slightly taller, Fletcher Hunt. And playing for the Knights as well, of course. Saifidi, just short of halfway. 2 tackles left here for the Knights this set as they march into the Storm territory. 40 metres out over on that right side. 52 metres gained off that set. It was a cracker for the Knights. The high ball goes up from Dylan Brown. Falongo comes forward for it and takes it well. And then he steps away from one. But Matt Croker clings onto the jersey and brings him down. 20 metres out here, the Storm, their own end of the field. Robert Peters, you collect butterflies and trading cards for the Premier League. Oh, very nice, very nice. Yeah, I actually run and own a collectibles and trading card store. So I'd be very interested to hear more about that after the game, perhaps. Jerome Hughes sends it out the back for Munster. Falongo's up in the line. Tries to sell the dummy on the outside, but Dylan Brown brings him down 5 short of halfway here on the fifth and last. Hughes gets the kick off. Taken by Ponga on the full, and he's got an easy kick return. Ponga brings it back into midfield and outside the 20. So both teams trading sets early as Sharp goes out of dummy half. Heading across to the right edge where Moses Leo lurks. Dom Young takes a hit up. The locks flowing behind him. Back into contact is Trey Mooney, back into the play the ball area. And they're halfway through the set. They're chewing off meters here, the Knights. Sharp for Ponga. Quick hands now for Fletcher Hunt. And Will Warbrick jamming in a tackle that had to be made. Ponga puts the high ball up, drifting it back in field. Falongo comes forward for it and takes it well. Falongo, what a take. 5 out from his own line under immense pressure from the kick chase. Ponga, pinpoint accurate kick. They're winning the early territory battle here. Mr. Lawsy, ahoy, mate. How's everything going? Peter Kemp, conditions, I don't think it's raining, but the field does look a little bit moist, as is typical here. A little bit of moisture hanging around. No seagulls yet, as Munster sends it left for Chan. On to Leo, who grubbers through. Munster gets the bounce. Ponga spills it forward. And it's a knock-on against Kalen Ponga. A perfectly weighted grubber kick in behind the line from Moses Leo. And there's the first mistake of the game. Maori boy, ahoy mate. Oh, I wonder if they should consider a captain's challenge here, the Knights. It's a bit early, I think. Nate, ahoy. As both teams were trading sets up until that point, Newcastle come up with the first mistake. A beautiful little grubber kick in behind the line from Moses Leo. Farlongo gets on the outside of Gagai. But Gagai just clings with him. We've got time off here. There's a whistle in back play. Oh, there's an issue for Phoenix. Crossland. Crossland is down. He hasn't moved. It was a Melbourne Storm scrum feed. They broke off to the left. I can only imagine here that Phoenix Crossland, until I see a replay, he got his head in the wrong spot. And he's been absolutely trampled. Oh! Okay, no. He hasn't got his head in the wrong spot. Joe Chan has run the decoy line and absolutely bulldozed him. Joe Chan running the decoy, the 45-degree angle back in towards the post. And Crossland was heading 45 degrees to drift out to the right edge and cover. And he has just slammed into Joe Chan's shoulder. We got time off here because that's a pretty severe injury. They've taken his mouthguard out, and that'll be the end of the night, I think, for Phoenix Crossland. That's a big loss for the Knights. Phoenix Crossland looks like he's going to be leaving the field. Joe Chan running a 45-degree angle back in towards the post as a decoy. Phoenix Crossland, 45 degrees angle, heading out to cover in defense, and they have collided at pace. As the Medicart comes out onto the field, it looks like Crossland's going to get stretched off. Lots of concern here for Phoenix. Lots of concern. The trainer's feeling around the neck. And the Medicart's out there. He's going to get stretched off the field. An unfortunate collision. Phoenix Crossland was watching the ball. Joe Chan was just running his natural decoy line. He looks slightly concerned here, Joe Chan, and not surprising. I don't think he's concerned about a penalty being given. I think he's just concerned that it was his contact that has led to this injury. Odd popper, ahoy, mate. And absolutely, hopefully he's okay. Josh, you had him in your multi as a long shot. Stephen Peake, ahoy, mate. Hopefully he's okay. Indeed, Neil McCauley. And onto the stretcher he goes. Concern early for Phoenix Crossland. For those just joining, Melbourne Storm had a scrum 40 metres out. They broke to the left. Joe Chan angling back in towards the post as a decoy runner. Phoenix Crossland at the exact same 45-degree angle, sliding out to cover off the left edge defensively. Watching the ball, they collided, and Phoenix Crossland has not moved ever since that collision. He's now on the stretcher, and he'll be taken off the field. Big concern 5 minutes into this contest. Jesse Franks says Gagai first try. They've got him up and loading him onto the cart. Phoenix Crossland. Let's see if he gives us a thumbs up from the stretcher as he's being taken off. And there'll still be a little bit of a break here as they're taking Phoenix Crossland off the field. Laxbro says, go Storm, go. Swiper the sniper. Phoenix didn't even see him coming. Slow start, says Robert Peters. There's no one has scored yet. Yeah, I don't think it's that uncommon for no tries in the opening 5 minutes. Oh, he's moved his arms at least. Phoenix Crossland, he's moving his arms, which is a good sign. And stretch it off the field. Phoenix Crossland. Onto the field comes Harrison Graham, his replacement. He's moving his arms. That's all good. And play will get back underway shortly. Melbourne Storm on the attack. And off we go. Back into midfield. Melbourne, 25 metres out. Tikumanu plays it. King for Hughes. Turns it inside for Lasardi. That's my boy. 10 metres from the line here. Halfway through the set. Grant sends it left. Hughes to the line. Beautiful ball for Tikumanu. But it's well read by the Knights' defence. 5 metres out. Midway on that left side. They come back into midfield for Hughes. The double pump out for Wateri. And he's taken down in a 3-man tackle over on this right edge. 10 metres out from the line. 5th and last. Hughes kicks back down the short side looking for Warbrick. Warbrick gets up there. The ball's lost by the Knights. And they've got it in the in goal. Oh, knock on against Warbrick is the call from Ashley Klein. And let's have a look at the replay. Yep, clearly off the hands of Warbrick first. Backwards. And then Newcastle tackled in the in goal. So Bunker has intervened and overturned. It'll be a goal line dropout here for the Newcastle Knights. Plane up. Ahoy, mate. Ponga goes short. It lands on the 20-metre line. Batted back by the Storm, and Joe Chan has it. 20 metres out from the line over on that left edge. They go again, the Storm. Chan bobbles the ball as he goes to play it. Oh, God. Poor Craig Bellamy having a heart attack up in the coach's box. As Liero settles play down here. 10 metres out in midfield. Right in front of the post. Grant sends it left for Munster. Turns it inside for Clark. Cooper Clark a metre short. Halfway through the set now. Liero at first receiver. Hughes out the back for Falongo. Quick hands for Wateri. Oh, and he tries to go on his own. Wateri stepping back in field. 2 tackles left. King, the settler in front of the posts. A metre out here. 5th and last, says Ashley Klein. Grant from dummy half. The crash ball for Otikamanu. There's the first try of the game. Stefano crashes over, and Melbourne are on the board. Beautiful pass from Harry Grant. Held it up to perfection. Timed it just right. And Otikamanu punches into the gap. 4 points to nil. Kick to come from right beside the posts. Melbourne about to go up by 6. Odd Poppet, yes, Ashley Klein is the referee. They set up the kick. It was actually really smart there from the Storm. 5th and last, play the ball right in front of the posts. Jerome Hughes was set up to kick to Will Warbrick over on this right edge. The Newcastle Knights loaded up on that side of the field. So Harry Grant sells the dummy and takes off to the left, linking up with Otikamanu. Everybody thought that the kick for Warbrick was coming. Harry Grant goes to his big man off the left hip. Try confirmed, and the Storm are up 4-0. Kick to come. Sua Falongo with the goal-kicking duties. should make no mistake from this. 2 meters to the left of the posts. Taking his sweet bloody time with it. Here we go. Puts it down the middle. 6 points to 0. Utikamanu scores. Fa'alongo converts 6-0 to the Storm. Penrith, ahoy there, mate. Josh, ahoy. Josh, Phoenix Crossland just had an unfortunate contact. Unfortunate contact with Joe Chan. And he's left. He had to get stretchered off the field. Joe Chan was running a decoy. Phoenix Crossland was drifting out on the exact same angle. And they collided. Poor bugger. Getting the stretcher off the field. Utikamanu, the try scorer, bringing it back into midfield. 9 minutes gone. 6 points to 0. The Storm off to a good start. Plain Up says the commentator's curse doesn't happen. Oh, actually, I've got enough material from my streams alone to do a compilation video of commentators' curses that I've put on people. Josh King up to the 30. Munster turns it inside. And Joe Chan taken easily in the tackle. Fifth and last, just short of halfway. Hughes puts the kick over the top. Dominic Young backing up for it. Takes it on the fall over his shoulders and fires it infield for Ponga. The arrow slips in the kick chase. Dangerous. You don't want to give Ponga any sort of half a gap. Oh, risky pass from Young to Marju on their own 20-metre line. Marju then pops an even riskier ball out for Sharp. Sharp does well to pick it up. And he makes chicken salad out of it, bringing it up to the 40-metre line. Newcastle playing hot potato with the ball, probably unnecessarily this early on. There's Brown out to Ponga. Space now for Young. Goes down the right edge. Dominic Young shown the sideline. And he's taken a metre in from touch. 20 metres out from the line. Great burst by Dom Young. 3 tackles left here for the Knights. Croker straightens. Looks to go back down the short side. Offloads for Graham. Graham one-on-one with Grant. Flicks it out the back for Saifidi. And Saifidi will take the tackle at last. 10 metres out in front of the posts. 2 tackles left. Sharp. Ponga, quick hands again. Hunt puts it too far out in front of Marju. Oh, the try's gone begging. Newcastle with the big mistake. Fletcher Hunt just not getting the execution right. But Kalen Ponga, he injected himself into that play on about 3 separate occasions and almost got a result every single time. Melbourne off the hook. 12 minutes gone, 6 points to 0. Plain Up says if the Storm win tonight, they're only 2 points outside the 8, temporarily at least, yes. And they have, I believe the Melbourne Storm have a bye in hand over most of the teams above them. So they'd basically be equal with the top 8. As Hughes kicks from inside the 40. He has pulled off a 40-20, has he? It's gone into touch right on the 20-metre line. This is going to be an interesting call. Ashley Klein's waiting for the bunker. It's a 40-20 for Jay Hughes. Stepping up in the big moments. Mosky Oz, ahoy, mate. Here come the Melbourne Storm on the attack again. Let's not forget that Newcastle's previous set of 6 should have led to a try. Utikamanu crash ball looking for a double. Oh, they're a metre out here, the Storm. Grant sends it into midfield for Hughes. Out the back for Munster. Fa'alongo. The double pump. Oh, and he dummies in the end. He's taken down a metre out. Fa'alongo from dummy half. Joe Chan looks to burst over. He's over the line. And Dylan Brown's got in underneath and held him up. It'll go up as no try, and they'll have a look. Joe Chan from dummy half over on that left edge. trying to burrow under. And they're going to have a look at it. Driving forward, Chan gets the ball to ground. Oh, no, he's planted on the leg of Dylan Brown. He's planted the ball on the legs of Dylan Brown. Unfortunate. Held up over the line, Joe Chan. They'll come back and play it 10 meters out. They've still got 3 tackles. Adam Huglow, ahoy, mates. Melbourne stay in possession. 3 tackles gone here. Joe Chan will play it. Took a very long time for the bunker to reach this conclusion. They play the ball quickly. Leo for Munster. And now with Tikamanu running the inside line again. 10 meters out. Harry Grant sends it left for Munster. Grubbers in behind the line. Looking for Clark. Scooped up well by Ponga. But they've sacked him in the end goal. It'll be a dropout here for the Knights. Beautifully placed kick from Cameron Munster. The big guns are stepping up for the Melbourne Storm. They've found their feet. They've found their form. Melbourne looking good. Kalen Ponga drops it in short again. He lands it on the 20-meter line. And what a take from Moses Leo attacking the ball. Flying through the air to take it above everybody. And here come the Storm. Clark, 5 meters out. He's put on his back. Play 2. Big open side to the right. Grant for Munster. Munster, the stutter step for Hughes. Fa'alongo gets on the outside, draws in the man, and sends Will Warbrick across the line, but he spills it. Warbrick's dropped it over the line, and Newcastle come away with it. A try saver from Kalen Ponga, I believe. Will Warbrick has butchered it. Yeah, Kalen Ponga flying across, and he uses his head. Kalen Ponga has dropped in the shoulder and his head into the ball and dislodged it from Will Warbrick's grasp. Now, Sharp to Hunt. Goes one-on-one with Wateri, who brings him down 40 meters out from the Storm line. Saifidi with the settler, 5th and last. Brown puts the high ball up. Not a lot of distance on it. It'll land just inside the 20. They let Dom Young bat it back. It's lost by Cooper Clark. Well picked up by Fa'alongo at the back. Melbourne come away with it, but now they've got to rebuild. They should be up 10-0 with the kick to come. A try-saving effort with his head from Kalen Ponga. Slow, they've dropped it. Warbrick has lost it cold. Will Warbrick, one out from the ruck, taking the hit up, and he spills his beans. He does that a fair bit, doesn't he? Will Warbrick, he has a tendency to do that. Brown holds the pass up nicely for Hunt. Steps back inside Wateri. And Lasardi brings him down a meter out. 0 tackle. Melbourne should have been down the other end. A Will Warbrick try. He dropped the ball over the try line. Now he's dropped the ball, bringing it out of territory. And instead of 10-0 kick to come, the Knights could equalise. A nice ball from Ponga to Saifidi, who pops it up for Fletcher Sharp. And Fletcher Sharp will ghost in under the posts. Kalen Ponga, he is having a man-of-the-match performance so far. And we're about to be all locked up at 6-all. Should have been 10-0 with the kick to come down the other end. But Will Warbrick spills the ball. And now he drops it cold. Coming out of territory, giving them the ball back, the Knights. And here, Kalen Ponga heads back into the play the ball area. Gives it to Saifidi. Draws in the defenders, the big man. And flicks it out for Sharp, who races through and scores under the post. Oh, Suafalonga with a fantastic effort to try and slap that ball out. But the try has been confirmed. Fletcher Sharp scores. 6 points to 4. Kick to come from right in front. I mean, they were basically given this. It should have been 10-0. Down the other end with the kick to come. Warbrick spills it. Not once, but twice. Warbrick drops the ball. And it's just gifted the Knights field position. Gifted them a try. And Kalen Ponga about to convert to lock us up. With 22 and a half minutes to go in this opening half. Ponga from in front. No mistake. And it is 6-all. Unbelievable. Now, they've already got a shortage of players in the outside backs, so I don't know who you put on, but honestly, Will Warbrick would be getting the hook if I were the coach. I wouldn't care who. Put anybody out there. Craig Bellamy could put himself out there, for all I care. Warbrick would be getting the hook after that effort. Farlongo with the restart, sends it deep. Oh, just inside the dead ball line. And Trey Mooney with the hit up. 10 out from their own line here, the Knights. Off the back of points, they should have a lot of confidence. Denzel Valentino about to lose 1K because of Warbrick. He's got that in his game, Will Warbrick. Got that in his game. Just the mistakes. He's a good player, but he just loses concentration or something. And 60% possession in favour of the Storm. And we're all locked up. The game absolutely should not be all locked up. As Dylan Brown gets the kick away. Taken by Fa'alongo on the full. 10 out from his own line. And he'll bring it back to the 20 with ease. Chicken George, ahoy, mate. Yeah, Fletcher Hunt, he bombed a try earlier on himself. A poor pass, way too far out in front of Greg Marju. Marju couldn't reel it in with the try line wide open. But, I mean, outside of that, he hasn't made any other mistakes. 6 again here for the Stormers. Warbrick looking to make up for his mistake. Takes it into the Knights' half. Harry Grant goes straight up the middle. 40 metres out. Munster into dummy half for Liero. Out the back for Hughes. Short ball for Lasardi, angling back in. Well read by the Newcastle defence. 30 metres out from the line. Josh King. On the burst, up the guts. 15 metres out now on the fifth and last. Grant scoops it up. Grubbers in behind the line for himself. But Ponga slides across the turf and picks it up. A metre out from their own goal line here, the Knights. Kalen Ponga is having a time of it. This opening 20 minutes, it's been all Kalen Ponga. $20 out from their own end here, the Knights halfway through the set. Slow play the balls. Harrison Graham from dummy half slips. Floats it over into midfield for Marju. Tackle 4. Good defence this time for the Melbourne Storm. Sharp sending it down the line. Only the one pass for Dylan Lucas. 30 metres out, fifth and last. Ponga from well inside the 40. Sends the kick downfield for Fa'alongo to take it on the full. And he's able to easily bring... Oh, he tries to step around Hunt. Fletcher Hunt clings onto the ankles, and he's easily returned it to the 30-metre line. Wateri takes a hit up. Munster just shuffles it on here, nothing really doing. So Leo heads back in field, dances around a couple, and he's tackled on halfway. Utikamanu, straight up the middle, bumps off Fletcher Sharp, who comes back at him and puts him down 30 metres out. Grant goes quickly again. Hughes back inside for Falongo. Hurdles over the top of Ponga at the back. Fifth and last. Grant out of dummy half. Goes the short ball for Munster. Flecks it up for Grant, who loses it in behind. Keeps the ball alive. And it's lost forward by the Knights. The ball's loose on the deck. Newcastle try and dive on it, and it's been spilt forward. It was a mess, but they'll take it. It's a result for the Storm. Buck Rogers, thank you very much for the heart me. Cheers, mate. It was scrappy. It was frantic, chaotic. But Melbourne get a result. 10 metres out from the line. 18 minutes to play in this opening half. I seem to have lost 2 minutes somewhere. Cody, you're hoping for more than 42 points this game? Grant out of dummy half to Falongo. The stutter step. And he almost gets on the outside of Fletcher Hunt, who is stuck with him all game long so far. Fletcher Hunt, anytime that Falongo has tried to attack his edge, he's been able to cling with him and making those hits stick. Liero in midfield receives the inside ball from Hughes. That's tackle 4. Hughes again. But Falongo has to stretch forward for it. Gives it to Wateri. Wateri bumps his way through 1, 2, and scores the try. Manaya Wateri over on this right edge puts the Melbourne Storm back in the lead. What a try. Wateri scores. And Melbourne up 10 points to 6 with the kick to come. 16 and a half to go in this opening 40 minutes. Stepping back inside Marju. A big fend on Fletcher Sharp. Sharp came back at him, but he reaches out and plants it down. Too much power. What a try from Wateri. 10 points to 6. Kick to come. That's who's out. Nick Meaney's out. Okay, Joe Chan playing in the centres because Nick Meaney's the latest one out. Somebody was asking in the chat when Xavier Coates is back. I think he's only a couple of weeks away now. I think Xavier Coates is only 1 or 2 weeks away from returning, if I'm not mistaken. 10 metres in from touch over on this right edge. Comes back after the bye. There you go. Coates back after the bye. 10 in from touch. Sua Falongo pushes it out to the left. It doesn't bend back. It stays out there. And it stays 10 points to 6. Oh, it'll be massive. Neil McCauley. Big help when Coates is back. Oh, yeah, Jack Howarth is out as well. I forgot about him. So Nick Meaney out, Jack Howarth out. That explains why Joe Chan's playing in the centres. I thought to myself, why in the hell would he go for... Oh, Terran Wishart's out as well. Yeah, okay. Wishart's out as well. Wishart, Meaney, Howarth. Bloody hell. Okay, they need some troops back here, the Melbourne Storm. Very low scoring. 20 out from their own line. Harry Grant out of dummy half. He's been absolutely dismantling them. Balongo goes into Hooker. 15 minutes left in the opening half. Melbourne go the short side, up over halfway. Chan spins out of one. And he's taken on the fifth and last, just inside the Knights' half. Hughes puts the high ball up. No pressure on Ponga at the back. It's an easy take. And Ponga steps away from Lasardi, who comes back at him and brings him down on the 20. Great kick chase there from Lasardi. Kalen Ponga's been a clear standout for the Knights in this opening half. 16 points. Probably more to come. 14 minutes to go till the break. Dom Young plays it. Brazil, 10 short of halfway on play 4 as Newcastle have just gone back into their shells a little bit here. Down the short side, Brown out the back for Gagai. Gagai gets the ball away for Young. Puts the kick in over the top. It's a foot race, and it's being led by the Knights. Harry Grant out of nowhere. It was Harry Grant versus Dylan Brown. Dylan Brown with some explosive pace. It goes up as no try. Harry Grant. He's done just enough. Just enough, I think, to get there. It's gone up as no try. Brown gets himself just ahead on the kick chase. Harry Grant is able to bat it backwards and adjust away from the hands of Dylan Brown. Harry Grant has saved the day. That is a try saver. An absolute try saver. Goal line dropout incoming for the Melbourne Storm. Oh, it's been knocked back off Harry Grant. It's hit the bicep of Dylan Brown, and Melbourne will get the ball. Melbourne get a 20-metre restart. Oh, that's a huge call. Huge turnaround. Big defense from Newcastle. They don't want that to be a costly overturn. Lasardi up to the 40. Into midfield for Liero. And Munster wants to shift left. Clark up to halfway. Grant scoops it up. And on the burst is Old McDonald. Into the Knights half on the fifth and last. 40 metres out from the line. Munster. They're going to have a run here, are they? No. Hughes puts the high ball up. Warbrick tearing through. Marju takes it 5 out from his own line. And he steps back in field. Away from Warbrick. But he's taken down inside the 20. Now Fletcher Hunt brings it out of the red zone. Gagai going backwards. Gets the late offload for McEwen. 25 metres out on play 3. Gagai goes again. Big defence here from the Storm. Brazil to Sharp. Flat pass across the face of the defence. Fifth and last from inside the 40. Harrison Graham out of dummy half. Straight down the throat of Fa'alongo. And Sewer tries to spin. He gets his feet trapped in the turf. 35 metres out in midfield. Hughes into dummy half. Goes for Warbrick. That's risky. Oh, would you want to be giving the ball to Will Warbrick in that situation? As Wateri showing great strength again, just like he showed to score his try. Plays the ball on halfway. Munster sends it left for Leo. Fights his way over the halfway mark. 2 tackles left. Poor play the ball, but they get away with it. Munster for Hughes. Out the back for Fa'alongo. They've got a 3-on-2. Oh, Fa'alongo. He goes on his own. And he's brought down 40 metres out from the line. He had an overlap. Draw and pass, mate. Draw and pass. Hughes puts the high ball up for Warbrick. Warbrick bats it back, and it's been lost by Wateri. Well, it's off the leg, so it's play on. Munster has it in midfield. Gets away from Gagai. Chips over the top for himself, Munster. But it's straight to Kalen Ponga. Ponga runs in behind his own man. And brings it outside the 20. Oh, that was risky run from Ponga. Drifting in behind his own player there. 30 out from their own line now, the Knights. Ponga is having a hell of a game, Josh. If Newcastle were leading, if Newcastle go into the halftime break in the lead, clearly the front runner for man of the match, in my opinion. Melbourne, if they go into halftime leading, Harry Grant. Here's Ponga again involved for Hunt. Hunt steps back in field, draws in Fa'alongo, and puts Dylan Lucas away. Dylan Lucas will score. Kalen Ponga sets it up. Fletcher Hunt takes advantage. Dylan Lucas finishes it off. And Newcastle will be leading going into the halftime break. Well, there's still 10 minutes to go. But Kalen Ponga with the setup down the short side, spotted the numbers. He goes in and away on Hughes, which draws in Wateri. Fletcher Hunt then goes through the hole that Wateri left, draws in Fa'alongo at the back, and Dylan Lucas can just cruise over untouched under the posts. That try was all down to Kalen, though. Goat, ahoy, mate. Newcastle are about to take the lead with 9.5 minutes remaining in this opening 40. Kalen Ponga has now officially become easily the front runner for man of the match. Easy. C says embarrassing as a Storm fan. Shannon Martin, ahoy. Kalen Ponga from right in front. A man of the match half so far. To put his team in the lead. Gregory West, ahoy, mate. Ponga moves in. Pops it over. 12 points to 10. Just the missed conversion between the two teams. And Panther fan 1999 is absolutely correct. Melbourne should be up by about 20 by now. The weight of possession and territory. They absolutely should be. Maybe not 20, but they should definitely be up quite comfortably. Nine minutes until the halftime break. 12 points to 10. Sua Fa'alongo taking a long time with the restart. Denzel Valentino says, thank you, Warbrick. And yeah, it really was. It really was that back-to-back mistakes from Will Warbrick that kind of swung this game on its head a little bit. Salo's on the field. Big Pasami. Brown goes short, and it's well read by the Storm defense, 10 short of halfway. Halfway through the set, Frizzell in midfield. Croker gets a nice offload for Sharp. Sharp taken down by Sua. Oh, he's copped a high shot here. Penalty to the Knights. High contact after the break. Oh, they've just split them apart up the middle. Croker with a beautiful ball for Sharp. And jeez, that's the penalty for high contact. Are you kidding me? Fletcher Sharp was on the ground. Jerome Hughes was just sliding back over the top and brushed over his nose. Unbelievable. Pasami Solo, 20 meters out here off the back of that penalty. The Knights, could they take an 8-point lead into the halftime break? Oh, they can't. Ponga spills it. His first mistake of the game, Kalen Ponga. Oh, now there's a melee and back play. Push and shove. Shirt grabbing everywhere. It spills over towards the sideline. It's broken off into two pods. Push and shove. Collar grabbing. They took offense to that hit on Kalen Ponga. After the knock on, somebody pushed Ponga. And he took a bit of a Hollywood, Kalen. Ponga came up with a knock on. He got a shove after the fact. And he took an almighty Hollywood. Boomfa! Big Hollywood there as Munster came flying in. And then the push and shove ensued. Seven minutes to go until the break. It'll be interesting to see what gets ruled here. Balongo's come flying in from a long way away. I wonder if a couple of players are going to have a seat here. Cameron Munster's going to get called out and spoken to, obviously, for the push. Okay, Harry Grant and Kalen Ponga. Okay, speak to the guys. This sort of stuff can't happen. It looks like it's just going to be a warning. We're going to play on. Common sense has prevailed in that situation. I applaud Ashley Klein in his handling of that situation. Cameron Munster and Gagai now having words. Oh, Joe Chan's on report. Okay, so they found another penalty in there somewhere. The penalty was not for the push and shove, I don't believe. Joe Chan's gone on report, something in the tackle. And it's a Newcastle penalty. 20 metres out. They get a 6 again. Frizzell. 10 metres out from the line. Graham for Sharp. Beautiful. Oh, and it's been lost by Lucas. Farlongo comes away with it. One-on-one with Hunt again. No advantage from the knock-on. 6.5 minutes to play in this opening 40. 12 points to 10. Jackson Fraser. Ahoy, mate. Josh says, "Can Sewer please score?" Yeah, see, I wasn't so sure about Sewer Farlongo tonight, so I left him out. Clint 007, you haven't picked a single scorer yet. Join the club. None for me yet either. Warbrick should have had one, but no. Will Warbrick's got tits for hands. Excuse me, Alec McDonald. Brings it up to the 40-metre line. Lasati, been very quiet on attack in this opening half. He's been very solid defensively. Just short of halfway here, the Storm. The Arrow, tackled on halfway in midfield. 42 metres gain that set. Hughes will put the high ball up. Down it goes for Marju. Very casually there for it, Marju. Now he winds up and brings it outside the 20. Newcastle in possession. Hunt heads back in field. 5 minutes until the break. Loss. You've got Lucas. You just need Grant and Marzu and Dom to score. As Newcastle find themselves all the way over on the right edge of the field. Dylan Brown taken 10 short of halfway. And up the middle goes McEwen. Fifth and last on halfway. They're going to run it here, the Knights. Sharp for Ponga to the 40. Ponga draws in his man, gives it to Lucas, who spills it forward. And that'll be a handover for the Melbourne Storm. Dylan Lucas, back-to-back dropsies. Solid defense again from Wateri. And with 4 minutes to go until the halftime break, that could be a massive turnover because this is just gift field position for the Storm. A half that's been dominated in large parts by them everywhere but the scoreboard. Leo takes it into Newcastle's territory. Grant goes quickly. Back in field for Liero. Beautiful ball out the back for Hughes. Short for Lasardi. And Lasardi bends the line in between Sharp and Hunt. Goes to ground 25 metres out. Hughes heading across to the left for Munster. And angling back in, Cooper Clark, fifth and last, 15 out. They stay short side. Munster holds the ball out, loses it behind him. Faulongo comes through to tow it back. Still fifth and last, throws a forward pass out to the left. A pass back in field is intercepted by Jermaine McEwen, but the ball's been touched by Newcastle. Penalty. A penalty's gone to the Melbourne Storm. Dane Gagai has just exploded at Ashley Klein, and Ashley Klein's walked him 10 for dissent. Newcastle were penalised for being offside. Dane Gagai, he exploded at Ashley Klein, something that we all have wanted to do at some point in our lives, and Ashley just marched him 10 metres. Storm get the penalty 10 metres out, right in front of the posts. Oh, DJ Shack around the grounds. Brumbies completely flogged when having to face a real team like the Hurricanes to the tune of 62-12. Holy hell. A schmozzling in the opening Super Rugby Finals game. Munster, Filiero, bumps off a couple of tackles, and Pasami solo brings him down half a metre out. Hughes, floater over the top for Warbrick. Warbrick beats the tackle of Fletcher Hunt, and he gets his try this time. And I tell you what, if you can't see the game, Will Warbrick was cradling that ball like a baby. He was not dropping this one. Will Warbrick scores. And the Melbourne Storm reclaim the lead. And that's the first tick off our multi as well. Will Warbrick, thank you, mate. It's about time. Try confirmed with 1.5 minutes to go until the break. He was making sure that that one was not dislodged by Ponga's head. Scarecrow, you tipped the Canes 51 plus, paying $18. Put $10 on. A good start to the weekend. Oh, very nice. Judar Shivian, ahoy, mate. J-Dog, ahoy, mate. Stuart Faulongo from the sideline, 5 metres in from touch. To put the Storm up by 4. Takes a deep breath, moves in, strikes it, but pushes it across the face. No goal. 14 points to 12, it stays. Inside the final minute before the halftime break. Melbourne take the lead into halftime, it looks like. Chapo, ahoy, mate. Great game so far. So, what have we got? We've got 26 points. So that overs, I reckon overs are still looking good. The second half, I expect to open up a little bit more. This, of course, is a doubleheader tonight. We've got the Raiders at home versus the Roosters coming up after this one. Should be another cracking game as Old McDonald takes the hit up from the back fence. Oh, Cody, I'll tell you what, mate. Jermaine Asako cannot arrive at this club soon enough, right? Jermaine Asako cannot get to Melbourne quick enough the way their goal kicking's been going. Harry Grant floats it over for Hughes in midfield. Faulongo now for Wateri. Wateri slips into the contact of Fletcher Hunt. And this will be the final play of the half. Hughes back down the short side. He'll just take the tackle and send us into half-time. 14 points to 12 at the break. Melbourne have done just enough to take the lead. Cody, you'd almost give it to Munster. Yeah, well, they've got a few options out there to I mean, they obviously stuck with Suafa-Longo because he kicked 2 from 2 last week. And he had a pretty good record prior to that as well when he was required. He's missing a few tonight. In fairness, they've been from out wide. But yes, 14 points to 12 at the halftime break. How valuable those points would have been. J-Dog, try scorers tonight. Well, the first try was by Utikimanu for the Melbourne Storm. And then it was back-to-back tries for the Knights, Fletcher Sharp and Dylan Lucas. Wateri and Warbrick hitting back for the Melbourne Storm. Can we have the Munster song if you go for a break? I will be going for a break tonight because, yeah. So we will have a halftime break, but there's plenty to talk about. Mainly Phoenix Crossland. I'm going to try and get an update on Phoenix Crossland as well. And we'll talk about that at the halftime break. But, quick break for me right now. We'll be back shortly on the Wasted World of Sports. Let's go. I'll be back shortly. 14 points to 12, halftime. Melbourne with the lead.
The storm is rising, and the money man's here to play. Lightning strikes on the footy field. Blood and thunder, his fate is sealed. Stronger than the scars that mark his face. Monster brings the fury, leaves no trace. Magic hands with the fire in command. Every pass, every kick, every stand. From Melbourne's heart to the world's acclaim, the money man forever etched his name. Monster Money Man, he's a legend of the game. Power and glory, they remember his name. Monster Money Man, with the storm in his veins. One of the greatest, breaking all the chains. Tackles hit like crashing steel. They all fall when they feel his will. Not just looks, the strength runs deep. A master of the moments legends keep. Every run is a thunderous call. Every step defies them all. From Queensland pride to the purple crown, the money man will never be torn down. Monster Money Man, he's a legend of the game. Power and glory,
Wasted World of Sports crew, ahoy. Welcome back. Halftime break here, 14 points to 12 in favour of the home side. Should have been up by more, of course, but some missed opportunities on both sides, though, if we're being completely honest, right? Missed opportunities to both the Storm and the Knights. But the biggest one was Will Warbrick. I mean, dropped the ball over the try line. Newcastle had the dropsies themselves down the other end. Fletcher Hunt just put the pass a little too far out in front of Marju, who couldn't reel it in off the fingertips. He spilled it forward, but he still had 15 or 20 metres to navigate. The cover defence could have got across and got him, who knows, but we'll see what the second half brings. I'll try and get an update on Phoenix Crossland for those who maybe missed it. Phoenix Crossland. Melbourne Storm had a scrum 40 metres out from the line in midfield. They broke to the left. Joe Chan, who's playing in the centres tonight, 45-degree angle, running back in as a decoy. Phoenix Crossland sliding out, 45-degree angle, covering the outside, eyes on the ball. Got completely cleaned up, unintentional, completely accidental. And he got wiped out of the game. Completely wiped out by Joe Chan. Very much an accidental contact. But still, it was a pretty big hit, pretty big contact on him, and we'll see. Odd Poppet says that first half was a bit haphazard from both sides. Let's see. Oh, the Night Star sent to hospital in big blow as Ponga delivers masterclass against Storm, and he certainly has. Kalen Ponga will easily get man of the match if Newcastle win this game. So let's see. Phoenix Crossland had to be stretched off just 5 minutes into his team's clash with Melbourne Storm. Yes, I've already talked about how it happened. He is complaining of stiffness in the neck. So they will take him to hospital, but it's purely precautionary. There we go. Stiffness in the neck, purely precautionary. So it seems like all will be well in the end for Phoenix Crossland. We certainly hope that's the case. Phoenix Crossland stretch it off the field 5 minutes into the game tonight and taken to hospital as a precaution. Robert Peters, close game as expected, as I expected it to be. No one running away with it. No one running away with it just yet. The other big talking point in that first half, couldn't help but notice, Kalen Ponga, that try-saving effort on Will Warbrick. I'm just going to say, not a lot of arms in the tackle. He just got sent off at Origin for a shoulder charge. 0 arms in the tackle there. Gregory West, who have I got in the next game? I think the Roosters will win. I think it'll be another close one, though. Roosters to get the job done, but the Raiders, they potentially turned a corner last week. One of their best performances of the year so far. Second half coming up very, very shortly. 14 points to 12, 3 tries to 2 in favour of Melbourne. But you'd have to say that it was Kalen Ponga and Newcastle who looked most likely. You've got to say, Newcastle looked threatening every time that they got close to the line. Melbourne, not so much. Melbourne have had to really work hard for all their points. So those missed conversions could really, really come back to bite. I mean, as they do anyway, right? Missed conversions can really haunt you. But yeah, I just wonder. Judah Shivian, ahoy mate. You got called for a high tackle once when you did an American-style takedown. You cleaned the guy out, but got the whistle for it. Ashley Klein refereeing that night. Ashley Klein. We got to stop making fun of him, don't we? It's a tough gig, let's be honest. It's a tough job. I've done it myself, as I was talking about in a stream previous. I've done it myself, not anywhere near this level. Not anywhere near pro level refereeing, but yeah, it's a tough gig. Everybody's shouting at you, and we saw it happen tonight. Dane Gagai absolutely exploded at Ashley Klein. He walked him 10 meters. Your American team, Robert Peters, was hosting a British club. Ah, oh, right. Like, okay, kind of like the Family Guy skit. The English, what was the name on Family Guy? It was the Patriots. The Patriots taking on the Silly Nannies, I think it was. The London Silly Nannies. Josh, ahoy, mate. Who else do I need for my multi? So we got Warbrick right before halftime there. Should have had Warbrick very early on, but for the fact that he dropped the ball over the line in the Kalen Ponga try-saving shoulder charge. I still need Dominic Young, Lasati, and Marju. So still a few try scorers needed on my end. Stats are always deceiving, but we always talk about them. Yeah, actually, you know what I'm going to do? I should do this. I actually should literally do this. Behind me, it might not... you obviously can't see it at the moment because I've got a green screen there. But behind me is a dartboard. What I actually should do, since my same-game multis are doing so horribly this season, honestly, I should just throw a dart at the board, and whatever number I hit, that's the number of the player that I should pick for same-game multi. I couldn't do any worse. Teams out onto the field now for the second half. Here come the Storm. Leading by 2. Who's going to go on with the job here for the second half? Yeah, I'll throw my darts at the board. Obviously, we'd have to have some rules around it because, I mean, what happens if I hit number 20? There's no number 20s playing. But could be a little bit of fun. Second half, off and running. Melbourne get us underway. Newcastle will get first use of it. Sharp claims it and gives it to Frizzell for the first hit up. Jules Craw, ahoy, mate. Neil McCauley, you need Young and Longo for a try. Set restart early here for Newcastle. Set restart. We know that Melbourne have been atrocious in second halves. Ponga for Gagai. Shows the ball and goes through. Flicks it out for Young. Young back inside for Dylan Brown. And Newcastle have scored. Newcastle reclaim the lead. We know how terrible the Storm have been in second halves, and this is the worst possible start for them. From over halfway, A simple play down the right edge. Dane Gagai. Straight through that gap. Joe Chan's there. Ponga draws in Chan. It's then a 2-on-1. Gagai keeps the arms free. Flicks it out for Young. Draws in Falongo. And puts Dylan Brown away. Dane Gagai winding back the clock. 16 points to 14. Kick to come from right in front. Newcastle back in the lead, just like that. And Melbourne's second half curse continues. Oh, Robert Peters, you played 15 years as fullback and 5 as centre, which you hated. Yeah. Stay hunky, ahoy, mate. Kalen Ponga from right in front. Puts it over. 18 points to 14. Those missed conversions really, really hurting them right now. Dias, ahoy, mate. How are you doing over there? Oh, boy. The Melbourne Storm second half curse continues. They got off to a very, very poor start. 18 points to 14, 2 minutes into the second half. And Newcastle score off a training drill. And Craig Bellamy once again looking for answers. As Melbourne now put this very close to out on the full. Dominic Young gets the big giraffe legs out. And it's out on the full. They come back to halfway. Oh, Melbourne. The second half curse in full effect. The kickoff out on the full. Penalty on halfway. And Newcastle, fine touch, 30 metres out. Back on the attack they go. They could go back to back. Pasami Solo, 20 metres out. Takes tackle 1. Graham goes left for Sharp. Now Ponga creates a 3-on-2 again. Big don't argue on Jerome Hughes. And he's taken eventually by Walteri. 10 metres out from the line. Kalen Ponga having a blinder. Graham drops it off inside for Croker. 10 metres out. Just to the left of the post here. The Knights halfway through the set. This would be huge. Huge if they can extend. Oh, loose pass in behind Fletcher Hunt. It was right down to his ankles. 2 tackles left now. 20 out from the line. They've had to reset here. They've lost some momentum. Ponga at first receiver for Graham. And Frizzell back down the short side. Pops it up for Lucas. Dylan Lucas goes straight through. Oh, and he promotes the ball. It's a double movement. Dylan Lucas promotes the ball. Double movement, no try. Ashley Klein sends it up as no try. Dylan Lucas just could not resist the urge to reach out. There we go, Lucas. Ball touches the ground. Harry Grant holding on for dear life. Lucas promotes the ball and he's short. This will be a penalty to the Storm. Four minutes gone in the second half. That's a big let-off for the Storm. Big let-off. Bolladole, ahoy, mate. Untamed, NZ, Ocean Hunter, ahoy, mate. Marju, anytime. Storm 23 plus. And, Jim. Is it going to go over 50 or not, mates? Oh. I feel like this second half is just going to open up big time. I'm going to say yes to overs. But I've been wrong plenty of times before. Melbourne, what a let-off that was. Big let-off. That double movement, Dylan Lucas just could not resist the urge but to reach out. Fifth and last now for Hughes on halfway. Puts it high. Melbourne chasing through. Ponga forward for it. Takes it on the 20. Ponga gives the ball to Marju, who loses it. The pass was up above his shoulders, and now Jerome Hughes comes away with it for Melbourne. Bumps off Kalen Ponga, runs under the post to score. Jerome Hughes, a big bulldozing effort on Kalen Ponga, and Melbourne will reclaim the lead. Ponga's down. Ponga's hurt. He's clutching at his shoulder. Kalen Ponga attempting that tackle on Hughes. Jerome Hughes bulldozes him. And Kalen Ponga is down. He's clutching at his shoulder in back play. He throws an atrocious pass here, KP, to Marju above his shoulder and in behind him. Marju spills it. And Jerome Hughes goes boom, straight up the middle. Straight over the top of Ponga, and Ponga's done his shoulder. Oh, that's massive. That is a big moment now. Kalen Ponga has done his shoulder in as he repels away from the contact. Jerome Hughes bulldozes him. Hughes sells the dummy. Big don't argue on Ponga, who drops to the deck. And he has been down clutching his shoulder ever since. It's 18-all, kick to come from right in front. Jerome Hughes taking the team on his back. Amateur H-Man, you did not just see Hughes shrug off Ponga. You saw Jerome Hughes bulldoze Kalen Ponga. Su'a from right in front, his easiest kick of the night. Su'a converts. Melbourne back in the lead. 20 points to 18. Ponga's back up on his feet. Kalen's back up on his feet. He's okay. Looks like he's going to play on. So Kalen Ponga was sitting on a man-of-the-match performance, and in the space of 10 seconds, he throws an atrocious pass that leads to the mistake of Marju, and then he misses the tackle. Jerome Hughes scores. Melbourne reclaim the lead. And Hughes takes the kickoff. He's got McDonald running with him. 10 out from their own line here. The Storm start this set. Grant catches some lazy markers. Brings it outside the 20. They're well spread out here, the Storm. They go short side, down the right for Lasardi. Up to the 30 he goes. Bit of an arm wrestle indeed, this one. Now, Munster in midfield. Drops it off inside for Clark. Fights his way up to the 40. 10 short of halfway here on play 4. Grant goes quickly. King. Or Hetherington, sorry. Jack Hetherington. Hughes puts the high ball up. They're chasing through hard here. Ponga lets it bounce. Munster bats it over his head. Oh, it's gone forward from Munster. Cameron Munster should have just claimed it. Newcastle will get the ball. That's a big let-off. Hughes puts the high ball up. Ponga wanted nothing to do with it. It bounces over his head. Munster looks to bat it back. But he could not execute. That's a let-off there for the Knights. 9 minutes gone in the second half. 20 points to 18. Anybody's ball game, this one. Marju with a good carry up the middle. Ponga didn't want to get hit again. Yes, Munster racing up and putting the hit on Dylan Brown. 10 short of halfway here, the Knights. Graham out of dummy half. Sending it to the left for Sharp, and now Ponga Ponga with the stutter step. Gives it back for Hunt, who spins out of the tackle of Hughes. Keeps it alive now for Sharp. Sharp's been brought down by the hair. Trent Liero got hold of the mullet. Fifth and last. Brown puts the high ball up. Young in front of Warbrick loses the ball. And Suafalogo comes away with it for the Storm. Bringing it back to the 20. Trent Liero just up on the hair there of Fletcher Sharp. He got the mullet. Will Warbrick. Oh, Pasami Solo is gushing out blood. Oh, he's gone. Pasami's done. He's got to get that taped up. Get the magic gel. Pasami Solo gushing out over the eye. We got time off here for him to get attended to. Oh, he copped a stud there from... he made the tackle on Suafalongo, and he copped a stray stud right to the face. And I think any of us who have played the game before can tell you that hurts. Yeah, he's got to go off. That's going to require stitches. Off the field goes big Pasami Solo to get stitched up. And he'll cop a HIA for it as well, it seems, huh? Staunchy. Ahoy, mate. You just need Joe Chan for 2K. Let's go, Joe Chan. Speak of the devil. There is Joe Chan taking the hit up. And they're back in the Knights territory. Grant slides across field. Gives it to Hetherington, who fights his way inside the 40. Good determination and post-contact meters there from Hetherington. Liero for Hughes. Now they've got a 3-on-2. Quick hands out for Warbrick on the right edge. He's forced back in field. And he's tackled 15 meters out. Fifth and last for the Storm. Hughes. For Grant. Grant with the cutout pass left for Munster. Grubbers in behind the line. Well scooped up by the Newcastle Knights. And they have it 10 out from their own line. I couldn't see who it was. I think it might have been Dylan Brown. JB, ahoy, mate. From Germany. Nice. Welcome along. How do I say cheers in German? Is Newcastle now. Brown shows it inside. Dummies outside to Ponga and tries to slide through on his own. Munster with the tackle. 10 short of halfway. Oh, Kalen Ponga's been cleaned up after the kick. He sends it out on the fall. Kalen Ponga and Cameron Munster are going toe-to-toe. Kalen Ponga has put the kick out on the fall. Cameron Munster put him under immense pressure. And Kalen Ponga has gone completely off the boil here in the second half, which is great news for the Melbourne Storm. Because KP was almost single-handedly ripping them to shreds in that opening half. And Ponga's just completely drifted off here in the second half. Mistakes at the wazoo suddenly from him. Here's Lasardi. A strong carry up to the 20. Hughes drifting across field, links up with Otikumanu, who puts the bumpers up. And Big Stefano takes it inside the 20. Grant comes back down the short side for Cooper Clark. 5 out from the line. Big opportunity here. Grant fires it over into midfield for Munster. Hughes. Kick pass out, looking for Warbrick. The bounces back in field. And Fletcher Sharp bats it dead. Goal line dropout incoming. Melbourne have elevated a gear or two here. Melbourne have lifted. Newcastle under big pressure. Goal line dropout coming up. Jerome Hughes, Cameron Munster, Harry Grant, they've all just stepped up a level as Newcastle goes short. Dominic Young claims it. Dominic Young, the big giraffe, gets up above everybody. And Newcastle back in possession. A very flat pass in midfield. And big defence from the Storm. Driving Newcastle back inside their own 20. JB, Prost. That's right, Prost. Ten short of halfway now, the Knights on play 4. Brown turns it inside for Saifidi, 5th and last. Back for Brown to put the kick in. From on halfway, Falongo tracking across for it, takes it on the full. Thinks about passing back in field, Sewer. Tackled on the 20. Joe Chan winds up. Runs it back in behind the play the ball. Leo. Taken down by Dylan Brown from marker. Great defense. Warbrick now. Holds on to the ball. Grant scoops it up from Munster. And they're back inside the Knights half here on the 5th and last. Hughes puts the high ball up from 40 out. Ponga backing up for it. Takes it 5 out from his own line. And Munster's leading the chase again to put pressure on. Newcastle in possession though. 2 points the difference, but this game, the momentum. Oh, Dominic Young spills it. Storm back in possession on their own, 20 metres out on Newcastle's end of the field. Dominic Young bringing it out from his own try line. Coughs it up in contact. Oh, Newcastle is starting to fall apart here. 6 again for the Storm as Josh King carries it forward. 10 metres out in front of the posts. Oh, the Knights are self-destructing. Grant out of dummy half for Munster. Short for a Tukamanu. Looking for a double. Newcastle have got that finger hovering over the self-destruct button, ready to press it. Munster for Hughes. Floater over the top for Warbrick. Steps back inside Marju. Runs over the top of Fletcher Hunt. But then the troops arrive and drive him back into the field of play. He's a metre out, a metre in from touch. On tackle 2. Hughes for Grant. Munster now. Grubbers in behind the line. Needs it to sit up. It does. Moses Leo scores. Perfect kick from Cameron Munster. And Moses Leo extends the lead here for the Storm. Newcastle, they just haven't been able to keep up the intensity and the execution. A big mistake by Dom Young, gifting the ball back for the Storm, and they had an overlap out to the left. Munster went for the kick. It sits up just inside the dead ball line. And Moses Leo, please tell me he put that down. Oh, please tell me you grounded that, you great big goof. Oh, dear. Tell me he put this down. If they slow this down, watching it at normal speed, it's a clear try. Watching it in slow motion, he's lost it. Oh, Moses Leo, you haven't. Moses Leo, please tell me you have not. Tell me you have not lost this ball. Watching it in real time, a clear try. Watching it in slow motion, there could be an issue. There could be a big issue here. Try has not been confirmed yet. Ashley Klein waiting for the call. Oh, Moses Leo, you have not, surely. Melbourne have retreated back beyond half. It's been given the all clear. Moses Leo has scored. Try confirmed. Oh. Somebody please check on Craig Bellamy. Health check on Craig, please. Suafalongo from the sideline. He's had some tough kicks tonight. 24 points to 18. They need a conversion or two. Falongo puts it on target from the sideline. Hooks it back down the middle. Suafalongo, his best kick of the night, 26-18. Melbourne with the lead. Reed Nichols, ahoy, mate. $26 points to 18. Melbourne leading this one. And now they shifted early in the tackle count. Play 2 from their own 20. Halfway through the set. Cooper Clark up to the 40. We did talk about the second half opening up. And some more points coming in. To go overs. Retired Poggy. Ahoy there, mate. You really needed the Storm to win this. As Hughes puts the high ball up. Ponga under it. Takes it just inside the 20. And Newcastle, they need Kalen Ponga. Look at the second half errors. 3 by Newcastle. 0 so far by the Melbourne Storm. That's been the difference here. The second half. Where, Harry Grant gets bumped off by Marju. But yeah, Newcastle, too many mistakes down their own end in this second half. As Gagai takes a carry just short of halfway. 2 tackles left. Plenty of time left indeed, Jules Core. 5th and last now. Lucas plays it 40 metres out from the Storm's line. Brown looking back down that left edge for a target. Warbrick takes it. 10 out from his own line here. Will Warbrick, well met in the kick chase. Led by Fletcher Hunt. Now Fa'alongo almost breaks through as he brings it back into midfield. Some space out to the left, but not taking the risk. Leo happy to go to ground on the 20-metre line. Mosquio's latest update I got on Phoenix Crossland was that he was taken to hospital as a precaution. He was complaining of stiffness in his neck as Wateri can't get on the outside of Fletcher Hunt here on halfway. He was complaining of stiffness in the neck, so they took him to hospital, completely precautionary. Ponga takes it inside the 20. So they're pretty comfortable that he's okay. It was just, let's just make sure. You're complaining of neck stiffness. Let's just make complete and total sure that you're all good. Dom Young standing a long way in field. Gets on the outside of Joe Chan, who's hurt in back play. Chan grabbing at his shoulder, and he is down on his haunches in back play. As the Knights now take it into the Storm territory on play 4. Joe Chan, still not back to his feet. He's with the trainer. Gagai, out of dummy half. Breaks straight through, Gagai. Fa'alongo to beat. Steps back in field. Gives it off to Jermaine McEwen. And the Knights hit back. They're not going anywhere here, Newcastle. Dang, Gagai. He is winding back the clock. He is letting Billy Slater know, hey, mate, I'm still here. Don't forget about old mate Gags. Dang, Gagai having a blinder. And they've gone down that side where Joe Chan should have been defending. Joe Chan Still down with the trainer in back play, and Gagai goes straight through that gap where Joe Chan would have been. Draws in Fa'alongo and puts McEwen away. Joe Chan would have been defending there. Ashley Klein did not stop the game, and that's what Jerome Hughes was just casually asking about after that try was scored. Joe Chan was down and out in back play. Why was the game not stopped? Jermaine McEwen scores. Newcastle have hit back. Wayne Stretch, ahoy, mate. Kalen Ponga from right in front. Boy, he's had some easy kicks tonight, Ponga. In fairness, the missed conversions from the Storm have all been from out wide. Ponga's had them all from in front. But yes, that's an interesting talking point as Ponga puts this one over. 26-24. Melbourne clinging to a lead, but Newcastle not going anywhere. It'll be an interesting talking point. Heads up play from Gagai. Spotted the man out of the defensive line. Joe Chan down injured in back play with the trainer. The game was not stopped. There was no Chan in the defensive line. And Dane Gagai runs straight through that gap where Joe Chan would have been. It's going to be a big, big talking point. Chan's back up. Anyway, and he's there ready to get back into the action as Sharp takes the kickoff and Trey Mooney hits it back 20 metres out from their own line over on that left edge. Marju, the pass was a little out in front. He's done well to hold on to it. Pasami Solo all bandaged up and ready to come back on, or stitched up at least, as Frizzell goes up the middle. 30 metres out from their own line here on play 3. Harrison Graham finds some space from dummy half. Now Ponga gets away up midfield. Ponga, dummies. And he's tackled 40 metres out from the line on the 5th and last. The Knights with a great set, 59 metres off it. Brown puts the high ball up. Oh, this is a contest. Not a lot of distance on it. And Gagai retreats from the contest. Dominic Young on the burst, but too close to the sideline. Young hit it at pace off the bounce, but he's tackled over the sideline. Not enough room to work with. "17 minutes left. 2 points the difference. Melbourne bringing it out of their own end. Big defense there on Wateri. 2 tackles gone. Lasardi runs into a brick wall. Jackson Fraser, you need Mazu. Utikimanu takes it up the middle on play 4. 10 short of halfway here, the Storm. Grant for Munster. Dummies. And he's wrapped up there by Thomas Cant. It was 2 points difference at halftime, Jules. Yes. This game has been even Stevens as Hughes puts the high ball down for Dom Young to take it. Fires it over into midfield for Ponga, who then sends it on for Marju. Marju one-on-one with Wateri, who makes the tackle. Oh, no, he doesn't. Marju offloads for Sharp. Sharp gets away. 5 short of halfway. Great kick return. Newcastle have come charging back into this game. Now Dylan Brown bends them on the halfway line. They've got all the momentum here, the Knights. Ponga for Gagai. Bumps off Joe Chan. Sends it back in field for Cant. And now Sharp for Solo. And he says, just carry it forward, big fella. And Pasami obliges a couple of meters there on play 3. Brown for Sharp. Out to the left they go. Hunt steps back in field. Hughes has been taken out of the defensive line. So Hunt has to surrender in the tackle. 25 meters out. Brown back in field for Cant. Drops it off for Mooney. Backs into the defense on the 20-meter line. Fifth and last. Options left and right. Brown steps back up the middle. Grubbers in behind Falongo. It deflects off his foot and sits up for Harry Grant. Melbourne have it. 14 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Whew. Anybody's game. Max Hayes, ahoy, mate. Welcome along. Staunchy, come on, Joe Chan. Gamer Mel says, come on, Lasati, please. So, who's that down in back play for the Storm? Somebody else. Warbrick bursts through. Needs support. Has it from Falongo. Falongo dances over the halfway line. Some front foot ball here for the Storm. Falongo will play it. Munster steps back in field. Taken down. Fifth and last. 40 metres out. Quick play the ball. Hughes will run it to the line. Goes out the back for Falongo. They're going to put it through the hands. Wateri. Grubbers in behind. And Kalen Ponga perfectly placed back there for the ball. Ponga heads back in field. Oh, risky ball across there for Dom Young, who does well to hold on to it. But he's tackled 5 metres out from his own line here, Young. A dominant tackle from King. McEwen bumps off Joe Chan, but he's taken down by Sean Bloor, who's on the field. Fresh legs for the Storm. Gagai brings it outside the 20. Croker takes the fifth and last. They're only 30 metres out here. 19 metres off that set. Ponga from well inside the 40. Sends it down to Alongo on the full. Sewer heads back into midfield. Tries to step around Dylan Brown, who leads the kick chase and brings him to ground. Moses Leo now drifts onto the outside of Gagai, who sticks with him. Gagai will bring him down just short of the 40-metre line. Poor play the ball. They get away with it there, the Storm. Joe Chan up to halfway. 3 tackles. Oh, Pasami Solo's busted open again. That same cut is reopened as Sean Bloor takes tackle 4. 40 metres out in midfield. Grant from dummy half for Munster. Steps back in and offloads for Grant. Keeping the ball alive here. Now they spread it to the right. Fa'alongo. He's lost the headgear. Fleck pass out for Wateri. Fights his way away from Fletcher Hunt. Fights his way away from Fletcher Sharp before he's finally brought to ground. Fifth and last. 30 metres out. Hughes will kick high back down the short side. Looking for Warbrick. Lands it 10 metres out from the line. Lost forward by Hunt. Lasardi has it. Gives it to Wateri. Steps back inside, but Ponga makes the hit. 0 tackle, though, for the Storm. This is a chance and a half, this one. Hughes. Villero, who takes the contact. Late offload back for Hughes. Gets away from the tackle. Does Hughes. Offloads for Lasardi. And he's held up by the 2 Fletchers. 10 metres out on that right side. Hughes goes again. Villero. Munster. Short ball for Bloor. Punches into half a gap. He's well tackled. 5 metres out from the line. Grant fires the pass over for King. They've got a 3-on-2 here. Lasardi for Wateri, who steps back in field. As the Knights slide across and cover it off. 5 metres out from the line here on play 3. Hughes. Flat pass across the face for Tikamanu. Brilliant goal line defence here from the Knights. Grant goes short for Liero, who punches over, and Trent Liero will score right beside the posts. Harry Grant sets it up again. Newcastle, they come racing up, expecting the ball out the back. Harry Grant just scampers out a dummy half and links up with a big man running off his left hip. That's his second try assist, that exact same play. And Liero reaches out. Plants it down. We've got overs. We've got well overs. 54 points with 2 more to come from Suafalongo from right beside the posts. Oh, boy. Let's not forget, we've still got another game to get through. Inside the final 10 minutes of this one, we've still got Raiders versus Roosters coming up. I haven't even put a multi on that one yet. Oh, jeez. Haven't even thought about it, to be honest, for that next game. Suafalongo from right beside the posts. Taking his time with it again. Sua. Oh, he's nearly shanked it. But he does enough to get it through. 32 points to 24 with 9.5 minutes remaining. Kalen Ponga still clutching at that shoulder. It's not 100%. Raiders versus Roosters in Canberra. Chapo says the Roosters should have it. Yeah, I've gone Roosters. Nine and a half remaining. The Knights get us back underway. Melbourne let the kickoff bounce and it sets up for the Knights. Matt Croker hits it at pace and they're 10 metres out from the line. I can't believe what I've just seen. Melbourne let the kickoff bounce and it bounces back into the hands of Newcastle, and Bellamy's lost the plot. I completely understand on this occasion. Craig Bellamy can't believe what he's seen. Ponga does the splits and slips in the turf over on this right edge. 10 metres out from the line. Brown sends it infield for Cat. Goes out the back for Sharp. Turns it inside. Angling back towards the posts. 10 metres out from the line here. The Knights. What an opportunity they've just been presented with. Brown. Short ball for McEwen. Already got a try tonight, Jermaine McEwen. Halfway through the set. 10 metres out from the line still. Brown heading to the left this time. Numbers. Oh, Ponga runs in behind his own man. Dylan Lucas got the line wrong on the decoy. Ponga has to surrender on play 4. They'll come back into midfield again. Brown drops it off for Croker. Heads back to the left edge. Offloads for Ponga. Grubbers in behind the line for Saifidi, who hits it at pace. Steps inside Falongo and scores. Saifidi. 32-28. Right beside the posts. It's about to be a 2-point ball game again. Melbourne, from the kickoff, they let the ball bounce. And it's all white jerseys. Ponga spots the space in behind. Grubbers for Saifidi. And the footwork from the big man to swerve around Suafalongo at the back. I mean, he could have just bulldozed him. To be perfectly honest, Sua was not making... No disrespect to Falongo, but he wasn't making that tackle on Saifidi. Oh, the spit and the sweat flying off his face. Saifidi pumped up the big Hulk. Kalen Ponga from right beside the post converts. 32 points to 30. Oh, boy. And we've still got another game to get through. Raiders versus Roosters coming up. The Knights have not won here since 2015. 32 points to 30. We were talking about overs and unders. It's gone well overs. Oh, Craig Bellamy's left the coaching box. He's come wandering back in now. Oh, you don't let a kickoff bounce. You just don't. Melbourne get us back underway. 32 points to 30. Brown takes the kickoff and Saifidi takes the head up. 6.5 minutes to play. Big defense from the Storm in midfield, keeping the Knights pinned down inside their red zone. Beautiful work here from Trey Mooney. Swerves away from Harry Grant and fends off a second. And that gives them some front foot ball. Sharp for Ponga. Ponga into space. Goes straight through. Over halfway. And he sells the dummy. Ponga brought down 40 metres out. He's back, Kalen Ponga. He drifted off form here in the second half for a long while, but he's well and truly back now. Gagai taken down by Joe Chan. They hold him up and try to drive him over the sideline. 30 metres out here on the fifth and last. A 65-metre set for the Knights. Brown puts the high ball up. Fa'alongo comes forward for it, and it's been taken by Hunt. Fa'alongo swings him to ground as soon as he takes it. There's a handover. Storm back in possession. 10 out from their own line, right in front of the posts. Big defense here on Warbrick, who carries it out to the 20. Tunga 0690, ahoy mate. Five minutes left to play. You just wonder how much the Storm have got left in the tank. They'll feel like they should be ahead by a little bit more. As Sean Bloor carries it up 10 short of the halfway mark. And now beyond Munster. Was he taken high there, Munster? No, says Ashley Klein. Fifth and last. 40 metres out from the Newcastle line. Hughes puts the high ball up. Melbourne are flying through to put pressure on. Warbrick bats it back. King traps it with the legs. Goes for Hughes again. Hughes flicks it out for Wateri. Lasardi now. Fires a loose ball over into midfield for Fa'alongo. Fa'alongo chips over the top. Gets the bounce. And Ponga ends up with it on the 20-metre line. 4 minutes left to play. Andy, ahoy, mate. Andy Agapio. Newcastle, 20 out from their own line. 4 minutes left. 32-30. They're up quickly on Dom Young. They shut him down on play 3. The Knights have only gone 5 metres so far. They shift left. This is where they've had a lot of success now. Hunt steps inside Wateri, who gets the weak shoulder out and brings him down. A great tackle. 2 tackles left here for the Knights. Ponga in at first receiver. Huge cutout pass across to Brown, who cops the shoulder from Munster, who jams up on him on the fifth and last. 19 metres only off that set. Ponga gets the kick away downfield. Fa'alongo takes it just outside the 20. Gives it off for Leo. Leo steps away from Graham. Steps away from a second. Gives the ball off to Warbrick. And Warbrick dumped 30 metres out from their own line. Stanley Rabisi. Ahoy, mate. How's it from South Africa? Michaela. Ahoy. From New Zealand. Welcome along. As that Chan will play it just short of halfway. Now Sean Bloor. 3 minutes left. Grant out of dummy half. Back in field for Liero. Hughes sending it out to the right now. Fa'alongo for Wateri. Steps back inside Hunt, who misses the tackle. 30 metres out now, fifth and last. Grant for Hughes. What's he going to do here, Hughes? Puts the high ball up. Warbrick might have been a step offside. Ponga comes forward for it and claims it for the Knights. Newcastle have got to go 90 metres here to steal this one. Tackle 2, still 10 out from their own line. Back into midfield, Brown with the show and go. Quick play the ball, and there's no markers. Graham goes up the middle. Mooney held up a great tackle. Wateri was jamming in on him. 2 minutes left to play. Ponga has it out the back, steps away from Chan. Offloads for Gagai. And Moses Leo comes racing in to make the hit. Fifth and last now. They've got to run it. Brown for Sharp. Space out on the left. Lucas. Dummies. And it's over the head of Marju and into touch. Marju was away down the left edge. The pass over his head. Not for the first time tonight. And that's probably the game. Melbourne have held on. Lucas did well to get Marju free on the left edge, but then he just couldn't hit the pass. It was way too high over his head. A minute and a half to go, 2 points the difference. Newcastle might get a couple of plays at it. They might get a couple of shots. 1 minute 17 to go. Melbourne will not do anything crazy here. They will just hit it up, one out. Try and put the kick into touch, or actually, depending how close they are, they'll probably just take the tackle and accept the handover and say, go 90 metres off 2 tackles if you're good enough. 30 metres out from the line, inside the final minute. 3 tackles left. Newcastle might get one play, one throw of the dice. Grant out of dummy half, catches the markers napping, and he goes to ground. 10 out from the line here. 5th and last. What do? 5th and last. 38 seconds. Newcastle will get one play. Munster out of dummy half, surrenders in the tackle. Newcastle have got to go 95 metres with 2 tackles, you would think, at most. 28 seconds to go. They might sneak in a 3rd tackle. They immediately shift left. This is where they've had a lot of success. Ponga taken down by Jerome Hughes. 20 metres out from their own line. 17 seconds. Hunt out of dummy half. Gets the late offload back for Ponga. Sends it in field for Gagai. Grubbers in behind the line. Josh King picks it up. Then loses it behind. Loses it forward. Dom Young scoops it up. But it's been called a knock-on by Newcastle, says Ashley Klein. That's the game. Melbourne have won up by 2. 32 points to 30. And Ashley Klein, I tell you what, he's had a very typical Ashley Klein performance with the whistle. He let a lot of stuff go. Captains challenge the Knights. Captains challenge the call of knock-on. It'll be game over regardless. So I don't know why they're bothering, really. And yes, there it is. The ball was slapped out by Dane Gagai. A double knock-on. First one by Dane Gagai. Challenge unsuccessful. Full time, 32 points to 30. What a match. What a performance by the Knights, though. Credit to them. They took the fight all the way to the Storm. Right down to the very last minute. Literally. To the very last minute. All right. Roosters versus the Raiders. Coming up next, Wasted World of Sports. We're going to stay live on YouTube, live on Twitch. TikTokers, thank you very much for joining me. If you've had fun hanging out and you're new to the channel and you wish to stick around for the next game, I'm going to end the stream on TikTok and start a new one. So do feel free to give us a follow so that you know every time we go live. We do this each and every weekend for all the newbies over there on TikTok. So I'm going to have a quick break. I've got to get everything set up for the next game. Raiders versus Roosters coming up. Stream will stay live. Stream will stay live on YouTube and Twitch. We're going to end it on TikTok and start a new one. So I'll catch you shortly after this.
2, 3, 4, Teddy lost his shorts again. He's burning down the sideline. Boots blurred, defenders flatline. Eyes on the prize, he don't even flinch till his shorts get yanked and we all get a glimpse. He's got the moves, he's got the pace. The fullback fire, no one can chase. But every second game without fail, he moves the crowd like it's Tales from the Tail. Tedesco's got that power peach. Tears through lines like a one-man breach. Every try a cheeky show, 'cause someone always grabs too low. He's the king with the runaway pants. Flashing footy fans from the stands. Might lose his kit, but never the ball. He scores, they cheer, we've seen it all. Go, go, Teddy, buns of steel. Spin through tackles like a damn pinwheel. A camera zoom, slow-mo reveal. Another week, another cheeky ordeal. Jerseys ripped, shorts halfway down. Still busts the line and owns the town. From Roosters fans to refs, surprise. The league's most famous gluteal thighs. He ain't trying to show it off, but every game becomes a strip-off. He shrugs it off, another dash. Just Teddy being Teddy with ass and flash. Tedesco's got that power peach. Lost his pants, but still in reach. Highlight reels got cheeks galore. He breaks the line, then breaks decor. Shorts down low, but pride stays high. Mooning defenders as he flies by. Booty legend, footy god. All hail Teddy, thong and all. Teddy, Teddy, drop the shore. Sang Teddy, crank the spore. Tiger is our man, showing skis since he began. Welcome to the wasted world of sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey! Ahoy! We're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Whoa, 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 ahoy, whoa, whoa, whoa. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and Teddy pants less. From the kickoff to the final whistles blow, we'll take the two and then we're ready to go. Ahoy! We're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest with a laugh and a cheer. We lay down our bets. No serious analysis, no expert critique, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks.
All right, Wasted Water Sports crew, we got there just in the nick of time for kickoff in this one between the Raiders and the Roosters. I did not get a chance to get a same-game multi on, but welcome back as we recover from that frantic game between the Storm and the Knights. What a crazy one it was. As round 14 continues here in Canberra, the home side, the Raiders, taking on the Roosters. I've gone the Roosters in this one. As I said, unfortunately, no same-game multi. Didn't get a chance to slap one on. So, we'll see. Marky Mark Nwangani Tawase back into the squad. Always good to see Marky Mark out there. As the Roosters navigate their first set, they get the kick away downfield for Weeks to take it on the full. And the Raiders will have their first hit up. Cody, you've got Nwangani Tawase and over 41.5. So we'll keep an eye on that. The overs, unders. I tell you what, it looked for all money like unders was the way to go in that first half in the last game. But as we sort of chatted about, we expected it to open up in the second half, and open up it did. Some huge points being scored there in that one between the Knights and the Storm, as Ethan Strange takes a good carry up the middle. Starling finding them napping as the Raiders get the kick downfield. Taken on the full. 10 out from his own line. There's Nwangani Tawase, who's looking more and more like Ronald McDonald every single day, I dare say. Welcome back over there on TikTok. Nice to have you with us, Cody, of course. Thanks for sticking around. I know it's a bit painful over there that we have to end streams and restart new ones, but it won't let me update the titles as Radley shifts to the left here for the Roosters. Walker takes it into contact. Old Panther, ahoy, 6 degrees in Canberra. Well, that would be absolutely lovely. Fifth and last, Cherry Evans puts the kick high. Contestable ball. Flying through to put pressure on. It must be a try here for the Roosters as they spread it out to the left. Walker floats it over the top for Savala to take it to the line, and he's driven across into touch. They have somehow balls that one up. Kyo Weeks with the try-saving effort. I don't know how they've messed that one up, the Roosters. The ball batted back by Siwa Wong, and Nafahu White just stalled there. He needed to give that short. Just some second guessing there from the Roosters, perhaps. Hesitation. And I think it's cost them an early try here. Primrose, thank you very much for the heart me. Much appreciated. Getting in nice and early before we get gift suspensions. Oh, God. Left my mixer in the freezer a little bit too long, huh? A little bit of ice there. Josh, unfortunately, mate, I did not get a chance to slap a multi on for this one. I ran out of time. I usually have the games set up for a doubleheader in half time of the previous game. Ethan Strange from inside the 40 sends it. Oh, he's got good purchase on this. Teddy backs up to his own goal line to take it on the full. And Tedesco runs it back up the middle. Great kick return. I can tell you who I would have gone for so we can follow along just for fun. I would have gone Nwangani Tawase. I would have gone Weeks. I would have gone Hosking. And I would have gone Sam Walker. There we go. So we can follow along just for fun. Good carry up the middle here by Spencer Leniu into the Raiders half. Cherry Evans from the fifth and last, 40 metres out. Taken on the full by Kyo Weeks. Or Tamale, rather, who brings it back. Yentonian. Ahoy, mate. Can you do a time check so I can sync with KO? Okay. Can I do a time check? All right. We right now just hit 5 minutes. 5 minutes gone. Hudson Young steps back in field, gets the flick pass out for Timoko, bends away from one. Timoko heads off down the left. And he's taken a ground just short of halfway over on this left edge. Primrose, thank you very much for the 4 roses. Over there on TikTok. Lucas has a late offload here for Ethan Sanders. And the Colonel goes straight up the middle. dragged down from behind by Angus Crichton, 40 metres out from the line. Strange is going to run it here. Cut out pass to the right for Laurie to grub a kick through. And it's been lost by Billy Smith. He slips on the dewy turf and he couldn't control the ball. The Raiders will go on the attack 10 metres out. Lucas, ahoy, mate. Roosters need this win to keep their series on track. Yes, because let's not forget about the Roosters. Their position on the ladder is kind of inflated at the moment because of the buys. So they're actually not, they're actually not sitting as pretty as it first appears. The Sanders into midfield for Weeks. Flat pass for Hudson Young. 10 metres out from the line. The Raiders building nicely. Big Red. A settler in midfield. 5 metres out from the line. Starling goes short. Wraps back around Tarpany. Puts the grubber kick in early. And it's taken by Tedesco. Teddy runs it back. And I don't know that that was the right option for the Raiders, but credit to them for trying. The Roosters survive that. Angus Crichton versus Tarpany. That's a good collision in the midfield. Stalemate. Angus Crichton stands. Watson out of dummy half. Heading to the Dragons next season, Connor Watson. Nafahu White brings it outside the 40. Good carry. There on the 5th and last for the Roosters. Yeah, Connor Watson off to the Dragons. I talked about the Dragons the other night. I say get in as early as possible on the Dragons. Like the second they release top 8 odds for next year, jump on the Dragons. Kyo Weeks tackled 30 metres out from his own line here on play 2. Oh, big contact from Victor the Inflictor on Hosking. Rocked him back in the tackle. Tarpane heads as far away from Victor as he can possibly get. Starling out of dummy half. Goes into the midfield for Sanders. Turns it inside for Hudson Young. 5th and last. Sanders puts the high ball up. Oh, it's a massive kick. Pressure on Billy Smith. It's batted back by the Raiders. Still 5th and last. Oh, it's knocked on. Dane Laurie couldn't handle it. Knock on against the Raiders. But I tell you what, the Raiders, they're dominating territory early on in this contest. Out from their own end here, the Roosters, as this game in a bit of a stalemate. The feeling out process will continue long into this first half, I reckon. 9 minutes gone, no score yet. And neither side really looking likely at this stage. Eshe lad, ahoy mate. 10 short of halfway. Walker goes left for Tedesco. Now Savala tries to fend away from Laurie and pushes the pass. Xavier Savage comes away with it and shut the gate. Savage will have too much pace. Oh, but we've got a whistle in back play. Penalty to the Roosters, an illegal steal. Xavier Savage was away, done and dusted. The whistle in back play. Heartbreaking for the home fans. An illegal steal on Hugo Savala, yes. Pretty clear. 2 in the tackle. Savage rips it away. And he's gone into touch anyway. Angus Crichton with the covering tackle. So either way you look at it, it wasn't a try in the end. But it's a penalty to the Roosters. They find touch 30 metres out from the line. Walker goes short here. And Spencer Leniu appealing to the referee for something. White, a big unit in midfield, drags Hudson Young and Starling with him. 15 metres out from the line, a good carry. Nafahu White still going. 10 out from the line. Radley, dummies. And he's cut down. 5 out just to the left of the post. Watson for Walker as they attack left. Short ball from Teddy to Crichton. Back to Teddy. Bringing it in field is Watson. Now he heads back down the left edge. Links up with Angus Crichton on the burst. Great tackle from Hoskin. A metre out from the line here, the Roosters. Walker out the back for DCE. Teddy now. Short ball for Toya. Spins and offloads for Nwangani Tawase. And Marky Mark with the finish. There's the first tick of our theoretical multi. Welcome back, Mark Nwangani Tawase. Try time, Roosters. Look at that. His name doesn't even fit on my screen properly. It gets cut off at the N and the E at either edge. Nwangani Tawase scores. Brilliant work from Rob Toya to turn in contact and pop that pass out. Draws in his outside man. Tamale had no reason to jam in there. He was covered. And that's just a defensive lapse from the hot tamale sauce. Leaving Nwangani Tawase with that much space to work with. You're just asking for tries to get scored against you. 4 points to 0. Kick to come. 12 minutes gone. Heading back to rugby union next year, of course. He was a good pickup for a couple of seasons for rugby league. But yes, back to union he goes. With eyes on a World Cup appearance. Sam Walker from the sideline. Moves in. Sammy Walker starts it out to the left. It hooks even further out to the left. It's a disgraceful shot at goal. And it stays 4 points to 0 in favour of the Rooster. There you go. Tunga 0690. You put one on for me, hey? 98-1. Raiders get us back underway. And it's taken just inside the dead ball line by Savala. Spencer Leniu with the hit up. 15 out from their own end here, the Roosters. Watson to Wong. We've got a whistle. We've got a mistake. Spencer Leniu, straight after points, he knocks it on, getting up to try and play the ball. What an invitation back into the contest. Spencer Leniu spilling the ball. Oh, that's a big mistake. IBK, try scorer for the Roosters, Nwangani Tawase. Scrum down here for the Raiders. 20 out. On the attack they go. Big Red. Twenty out from the line. Invited back into this contest. Tarpane takes it to the 10. Robert Peters. I mean, you can't play both codes at once professionally. But, yeah, I mean, as I've certainly played both codes myself, but, yeah, you can't do it professionally. There's a huge cutout pass here from Sanders. Is picked off by Nwangani Tawase, and he's away. Weeks comes at him, and Weeks brings him down 10 short of the halfway mark. Sam Walker out of dummy half. Finds some space. Up over halfway he goes. Sends it left for Savala, who angles back in. Savala for Smith now takes the tackle. 40 metres out from the line. Cherry Evans on for Wong. And he's well brought down around the legs by Colonel Sanders. Bradley at first receiver for Walker, who drops it off for Crichton. Crichton almost gets through. Hoskin holds on for dear life. 2 tackles left. The Roosters marching forward now. Beautiful angle from Savala. And he's held up a metre out from the line. Savala has turned into a golden centre. Fifth and last. Walker, crossfield kick. Looking for Nwangani Tawase. And Tamale bats it over the dead ball line. Goal line dropout incoming here for the Raiders. The hot tamale sauce saves the day. Caden Murphy, ahoy, mate. That first game looked good. It was great fun. Yeah, that was a good lot of fun to follow along with. Nwangani Tawase did not get involved in the battle in the air there. He played it perfectly. Sliding across the deck, waiting for Tamale to potentially miss it. But he didn't. He did well to save the day there. And he's still down with the trainer in back play there, Tamale, as we'll get on with the game. Oh, Tamale's going off for HIA. Well, he must have smacked his head on the turf when he fell back down to the ground. Cody says, I wonder what Marky Mark was for first try. I reckon he would have been paying a pretty penny because he's in the number 23 jersey. So he was only named in the starting squad. He was in the extended bench, of course, but he only got named in the starting squad an hour before kickoff. So since he's in the number 23, so he would have been paying quite a good price for him because there wouldn't have been that expectation that he actually started the game. Raiders go deep with the restart, taken by the Roosters, 40 metres out. And Spencer Leniu takes the hit up, stands in the tackle, 35 metres out in midfield. Cherry Evans inside for White, gets the bumpers up on Hudson Young and Tarpany. Oh, he's a beast, Nafahu White. What a carry. And he stands in the three-man tackle that included Tarpany, that included Big Red, included Hudson Young. And they couldn't bring him down. Those three. 15 metres from the line. A set restart here for the Roosters. Watson down the short side. Walker for Crichton. And Sir Angus goes to ground 5 metres out. Walker for Radley. Drifting across field. And White goes again. Stands in the tackle once more. 10 metres out in midfield. Radley at first receiver. Cherry Evans goes flat for Wong. Gets the ball out the back to nobody. DCE tracks back for it. Gives it to Watson in midfield. They've lost metres. They're back to the 20. And Angus Crichton will just settle play down here on the 4th. Walker stepping back off that left boot into midfield. Puts the grubber kick in. Needs it to sit up for Toya. Oh, it did, but Robert Toya spills it. Robert Toya couldn't control it under pressure from behind. And the Raiders will bring it back for a 20-metre restart. Oh, he had the ball, Toya. It was in his grasp. Jed Stewart saves the day. Timoko out of dummy half. Brings it up to the 30 for the Raiders. A loose pass back into midfield. They're 10 short of halfway. 6 again. Oh, that's big. They were about to complete their set, the Raiders, and put the kick in. Taken down. And a 6 again. Here's Big Red now. Corey Horsburgh up over the halfway line. Oh, we got some breaking news. This will be on Tamale. Oh, he's undergoing a HIA. We knew that already. 40 metres out now. Quick play the ball. The Raiders go straight up the middle. Now it's the 5th and last. Jaden Brayley plays it. 20 metres to go. Strange puts the chip in over the top. Billy Smith comes forward for it. And he does extremely well there, Billy Smith. Takes it to ground. 5 out from their own line. Game of Mel, ahoy. So glad your team played the earlier game. You want to watch this game, but don't think your body will allow it. They've got it early. Kick here, the Roosters. Nwangani Tawase bursts onto it. And Jed Stewart's across to cut him down. A kick on play 3 from inside their own 20. That is ambitious. No fear from Sammy Walker and the Roosters. As White again stands in the tackle. Fifth and last on halfway. Cherry Evans puts the high ball up. Backing up for it. Jed Stewart takes it on the full. And he heads back into midfield. Tackled inside the 20. There's a wall of Roosters chase up and put him to ground. Tactics, says Adam Huglow. Tactics. And a very risky tactic it was. But I tell you what, if the kick had have been executed properly, like perfectly, I can't say it wasn't executed properly, but if it had been executed perfectly and Nwangani Tawase hits that on the burst at pace, it would have been shut the gate time, as now Weeks up in the line. Steps back in field and goes straight through. Weeks with one to beat. Puts on the afterburners. Offloads for Starling, who leaves the ball behind. And Angus Crichton dives on it on the 20-metre line. Kyo Weeks pushing the pass. Tedesco now at a dummy half. Beats the first tackle. And just not enough patience from the Raiders. A kick on play 2 now from Cherry Evans. From inside the 40, it's bouncing towards the sideline, leading the chase. Victor, the inflictor. Victor Radley. I am not even joking, chat room. I am not even joking. Cherry Evans spots nobody at the back. Puts a kick in. Victor, the inflictor, from 40 metres. Oh, he's offside. He's offside. It's going to be no try. That's how he got there so quick. He was offside. Victor, the inflictor, leads the kick chase, but he's offside. And it'll be no try. It'll be a penalty to the Raiders. What an almighty scare there. He's only about 6 metres offside. Close enough. And it was really, really lazy from Kyo Weeks just jogging in midfield. Then he realises, oh, crap. Kyo Weeks is just meandering back and then realises, bugger it. Somebody's actually flying through here in front of me. It was great heads-up play from Cherry Evans. He put the kick perfectly placed. But yeah, Victor Radley, that's how he got there so quick. He was a mile offside. All right. Penalty goes to the Raiders. And Sanders will find touch on their own 20-metre line. And, Victor Radley has just been, he's just had one of the almightiest tries that he would ever have scored taken away from him. Unbelievable scenes there, though. What a kick chase it was. If only he wasn't, like, 2 metres offside. Starling for Strange as the Raiders head right. Hosking takes it into contact. Brisbane Broncos, man, ahoy, mate. Melbourne won 32 points to 30 in the earlier game as Strange now stays down, clutching at his chin. Playing for the penalty here. He stays down. Now he gets up and plays it. Fifth and last. 40 metres out from the line. Sanders puts a high ball up. Oh, it's a monster. And, well, Billy Smith, honestly, Billy Smith is having a shocker. All he needed to do was plant his foot in the end goal, take it on the full, and it would have been a tap out on the 20-metre line. Instead, for some reason, he kept his foot up, and they've got to do some hard yakka out of their own end now, the Roosters. Tedesco takes the tackle for 35 metres out. Here's White. Down around the legs is little Tom Starling. Fifth and last. Cherry Evans, a low flat kick for the corner. Gets it in behind Weeks. It sits up on the goal line. And Weeks will head back into midfield. A good kick chase keeps him on his own 10-metre line. Led by Connor Watson. Savage with nowhere to go down that right side. 15 out. Laurie runs into Nafahu, White and Angus Crichton and bends the line. Surprisingly, great work there from Dane Laurie. Tarpany heads across field. Intercept by Nwangani Tuase. He spills it. Oh, he got the arm out. Batted the ball up. Dived forward for it and nearly reeled it back in. It would have been a miracle if he pulled it off. What a return game he is having. The Roosters are only up 4-0, but Nwangani Tuase with some brilliant heads-up plays early in this one. Scrum down here for the Raiders, 30 out from their own end. Laurie is folded in the tackle. Who made that hit? Connor Watson. That's a huge hit. Bell Morgan, please, I need this. Hudson Young almost has the ball stripped away. Oh, but he flings Connor Watson off him and steals an extra 10 metres. Tarpany out the back for Sanders. Dummies. Sanders puts the fend on Crichton, but Sam Walker stays with him. 30 metres out now from the lines. Strange. Inside ball for Brayley. 20 metres out now. Fifth and last. Starling sends it in field for Sanders. 6 again. Victor Radley makes the hit on Tarpany. They've got a 6 again here, the Raiders. Hudson Young finds some space and then loses it. The rugby league gods, I think, have just intervened. And now Walker to counterattack. Goes left for Smith. Smith gets away from Savage. Laurie comes back at him. He flings it in field for Savala. Savala won't have the pace, but he'll have the power. Hugo Savala fends through 2 tackles and he runs away to score. Hugo Savala. 8 points to 0. Kick to come. And they've gone the distance. They've counterattacked from inside their own 20. And they've gone the length of the field. Hudson Young spills the ball. Cherry Evans immediately sums it up and says, we'll go left. Walker, the cutout pass for Smith, easily gets on the outside of Savage. Doesn't have the pace to beat Dane Laurie. Gets it inside for Savala. And then Laurie and one of the other Raiders defenders sort of bump into each other as they slide off the tackle. And Savala had the power to maintain his feet. And he runs it in from halfway. But that counterattack started 10 out from their own line. Cherry Evans summing it up to perfection. The Roosters, off the Hudson Young era, have gone the length of the field. What a try. Robert Peters says, let's hope he doesn't miss this kick. He shouldn't. I'm assuming that Savala ran it around beside the post at least. 14 and a half remaining. And yeah, it was Big Red, of all people. Big Red, who almost got back on the chase, but Dane Laurie wiped him out as he slipped off the tackle. Sam Walker, a much easier kick. 5 to the left of the post, puts this one on target. I've given the conversion to Savala. Hang on. There we go. Conversion for Sam Walker. 10 points to 0. The Roosters. I'll tell you what, though, it's been far from convincing. Far from convincing in this opening half. Eshe Ladd, you need Ethan. Which one? Ethan Strange, I'm guessing, or Ethan Sanders. Anyway, You need Ethan, one of them, to score to win you Ethan Strange. There you go. Ethan Strange to score to win $338. Back underway. Here's Billy Smith. Met hard in the tackle by Laurie and Big Red. This time they get it right. White stands in the tackle again. Nafahu. White, so difficult to get to ground. And he spins off the mark. He has to go back a couple of meters to play it. Bradley, from a standing start, easy pickings there for Hudson Young on play 4. Oh, Siwa Wong bobbles it, but then he bends the line back on halfway. Cherry Evans puts the kick downfield, finds the space again. Cherry Evans, it bounces into the in goal, too heavy. And we'll come back to the 20-meter line for a 7-tackle set. 13 minutes left to go in this opening half. And the Raiders are struggling to get themselves into this contest at the moment. Savage. Met hard by Angus Crichton and Connor Watson. Oh, here we go. An update on Tamale ruled out. He failed his HIA. So, Jed Stewart will stay on the field. Starling goes short for Young. Carries it into the Roosters half. Radley holds him up. 45 metres out in midfield. On play 4. Brayley for Sanders. Turns it back inside for Hoskin. Nobody running with him. 2 tackles left now for the Raiders. Young in midfield. Takes the tackle on the 20-metre line. 5th and last. Options left and right. 12 to go to the break. Sanders kicking to the right side here. Puts it nice and high. Lands at a metre out from the goal line. Battered back by the Roosters. And Tedesco runs in behind Angus Crichton. Lucky to get away with that one, Teddy. The Roosters survive another attack on their line with a high ball. Nawangani Tuase now getting involved in carries. Bringing it out to the 20-metre line on play 3. Tough going this set for the Roosters. There's Nat Butchers on the field. Some fresh legs. Watson for Walker as they shift left. Walker dummies. Flicks it out the back. Robson. He's tackled just short of halfway on the 5th and last. They end up with some good meters. 45 off them. A low flat kick here from Cherry Evans. In behind Weeks again. Finds the grass. It sits up on the goal line. And Weeks will return it in midfield. They're doing great with the kicking tonight, the Roosters. Not giving Kaya Weeks the ball on the full and giving him a head start. Timoko. Still inside their own red zone here, the Raiders. On play 2. Stewart. Can't get away from Lindsay Collins. Strange thinks about kicking early, but he goes short for Laurie. And they're 25 metres out on play 4. This is tough going for the home side. Sanders sends it out to the left now. Timoko draws in Nawangani Tawase to try and give Stewart some space, but he's taken over the sideline. Robert Toya and Nawangani Tawase slide across in tandem, and Jet Stewart's taken into touch. Oh, Tamale's a big loss. Jed Stewart needed to cut back in field. Well, he tried, in fairness. In fairness, he tried. I was about to say he needed to cut back in field there, and yeah, in fairness to him, he did attempt it. Angus Crichton now on the attack for the Roosters. 35 metres out. Walker in midfield. The drop-off for Watson. And Watson, with good leg drive here, takes it to the 20. A dominant tackle. Leads to a slow play, the ball. And now Lindsay Collins puts the bumpers up on Big Red. 10 metres out from the line. Halfway through the set. Walker, left for Tedesco. Out the back for Savala, who's Tries to step inside Laurie. Loses the ball. It's gone backwards, though. Play on. Tedesco for Cherry Evans. It's off the Raiders. 6 more tackles. Cherry Evans slow to get up and play it. Robson sends it right for Walker. Now Watson for Toya from a standing start. Tries to jink back inside. And Timoko has him. Walker back into midfield for Butcher. And he's taken a ground 10 metres out right in front of the posts. Robson, dummies left, brings it right for Walker to Grubber in behind. Needs it to sit up for Toya. He flicks it back in field, but Nwangani Tawase to get a double. Robert Toya. The ball was kicked heavy off the boot. It was going to go dead for all money. Toya flies through the air. Flicks it back in field, and Nwangani Tawase gets 2. The ball was going to go dead for all money. Toya collects it inside the field of play. Leaps up in the air. Flicks the ball back in. And Nwangani Tawase is the first man there. He claims the try. His second for the night. Welcome back, Nwangani Tawase. And great effort from Robert Toya. Kyo Weeks. Another sort of lackadaisical attempt. He's just very gingerly running in back play. Try confirmed. Just some lazy running at the back tonight from Kyo Weeks. Like his head's just not in the game. 7.5 minutes to play in this opening 40, and the Roosters dominating. But yeah, what happened there? Weeks just sort of stood back, kind of like he had that attitude of, ball's going dead. I don't need to do anything. And then suddenly, oh, bugger. The ball's been kept in play. And it was too little too late on the effort scale. Anyway, from the sideline here, Sam Walker, he pushed the last one completely across the face. This time he adjusts and he puts it down the middle. Sam Walker makes it 16 points to 0. The Roosters, a comfortable lead here in the first half. And they've got this game firmly in control at the moment. Scaife, 97. Ahoy, mate. No multi for this one, I'm afraid. I wasn't able to get everything set up in time to slap one on, which was unfortunate, but not to worry. I probably would have only lost it anyway, so back underway. The Roosters with Lindsay Collins. Taken down 15 metres out from their own end. A very comfortable lead now for the visitors down in Canberra. 6 degrees, apparently it was. Or is. You would think that would favour the home side, but Tedesco takes tackle 4, 10 short of halfway. The Roosters rolling upfield now. A kick from inside the 40. Finds the turf again. Finds the sideline. A 40-20. Daly, Cherry Evans. And again, Kyo Weeks tracking across for it. Caught slightly in field. Robson taps and goes. Here's Walker for Collins. And Big Lindsay takes the tackle 10 metres out. More points beckoning here for the Roosters. Watson for Walker. And now Siwa Wong switches direction. Back in towards the post. Runs over the top of Starling. He's brought to ground a metre out by Hosking. Robson goes left for Walker, who dummy steps back in field. Oh, he could have just reached out himself and scored, Walker. But he gives it back to Robson, and Reece Robson will burrow under and score. Oh, the Roosters are absolutely dismantling them. Sam Walker could have reached out and scored that on his own. He gives it back for Robson. And with 5 minutes until the halftime break, Roosters extend 20 points to 0 with the kick to come. Ricky is going to absolutely rip into his team at halftime to be a fly on the wall for that halftime chat. Sam Walker completely stands up Ethan Strange. Could have scored the try himself. And yeah, Scaife 97, Ethan Strange is having a bit of a quiet half. Reece Robson try confirmed. We see another replay of it. Walker could have just fallen on the ground and reached out. Shared the play around though. Robson gets the try. Josh says the Raiders might not even score today. Sam Walker, 10 to the left of the post, puts it down the middle. 22 points to 0 as we approach the halftime break. One-way traffic here in this one. Look, it's obviously not over yet. There's a full 40 minutes of footy to get through, and we've seen teams come back from 18 or so points before. I've just got to say, though, I was hoping for a better game. After the excitement of the last game, I talked it up like we've got another one of those back and forth contests to get through. But yes, anything could happen still in the second half. Billy Smith takes the kickoff. And they've lost it here. The Roosters. They've knocked it on, shifting the ball from the kickoff. And the Raiders will get an opportunity before the halftime break. Will this be the spark that brings them back into the game? What were the Roosters thinking here? Smith to Tedesco to Watson on their own goal line from the kickoff. Just take the hit up, for crying out loud. Just receive the ball from the kickoff and take the hit up. I don't know why they were shifting. Here's an invitation and a half. The Raiders, everybody out on the right edge. Sanders for Strange, goes short. And Hosking easily brought down there by Angus Crichton as they try to open up the left edge. Mariota takes it to the line. He's put on his back in a dominant tackle. A metre out. Starling goes out the back for Tarpany. Sanders, they race up on the outside of him and force him back in field. And he is dumped in an aggressive tackle. Losing ground here, the Raiders. Tarpany just settles things down just to the right of the post. 10 metres out on play 4. Sanders, inside ball for Young. Easy read there for the Roosters defence. 5th and last. 5 metres out in front of the posts. They haven't really done anything with the ball here, the Raiders. And now Tarpany receives it on the 5th and last, and he's taken in the tackle for a handover. Flicks it back between his legs. And now Hudson Young spills it. The Roosters come away with it. That was poor. That was really poor. I mean, that was just some of the worst play I've ever seen. Nwangani Tawase brings it out to the 20 for the Roosters. They were invited, and they've given away a penalty now, the Raiders. They were offside to give away a penalty just to compound that poor last play. The markers were offside. 1:40 until the break. This has been an atrocious effort from the Raiders. I mean, they were invited back from the kickoff straight after points. The Roosters lose the ball. A gift opportunity right before halftime, and they just didn't offer anything in attack. Now Tedesco slips into the contact of Ethan Strange. 40 metres out over on that left edge. Savala into dummy half. Collins winds up. Takes on Tom Starling and uses him as a speed bump. 25 out from the line now. Walker to the line. Out the back for Cherry Evans. Spins away from Sanders. And he fights his way up the middle. DCE, 10 out from the line on play 4. Inside the final minute of the half. Beautiful short ball for Siwa Wong. But it's well tackled by the Colonel. And they've lost the ball in the play the ball. Siwa Wong trying to get it away too quickly. And that's a mistake with 30 seconds to go. The Raiders will get the ball back. It was a little too frantic there for the Roosters. Great tackle from the Colonel on Siwa Wong. 1-on-1. Took the big man down. Robert Peters says maybe... Oh, they've dropped the ball, the Raiders. On play 1, we'll come back to you in the chat, Robert Peters. The Raiders have coughed it up on play 1. And now the Roosters spill it. Walker tries to tow it through. Oh, this is a mess. Penalty to the Raiders for the Roosters being offside. That was an absolute mess of a final play in the half. 22 points to 0. We go into the break. And, to be a fly on the wall, Ricky Stewart is going to absolutely tear them to shreds at the halftime break after this performance. But yes, Robert Peters, maybe if they change their name to the Vikings and become barbaric. The Canberra Vikings. The Raiders will have one play here before the halftime break, and Tarpany drifts across field and surrenders in the tackle. That was all pretty pointless. And that's the halftime break. The Roosters up 22 points to 0. And a frustrating first half for the home side. Just an atrocious effort. Up there with the Rabbitohs. I mean, I'm sorry, Rabbitohs supporters, but yeah, this performance is on par with what they dished up on Thursday night. 22 points to zip at the break. One-way traffic here in this one. The Roosters, very, very dominant so far over the Canberra Raiders. 40 minutes left, second half, when we come back. Quick break now, and we'll be back for the second half.
One, two, three, four, Teddy lost his shorts again. He's burning down the sideline. Boots blurred, defenders flatline. Eyes on the prize, he don't even flinch. Till his shorts get yanked and we all get a glimpse. Oh, he's got the moves, he's got the pace. The fullback fire, no one can chase. But every second game without fail, he moves the crowd like his tail's from the tail. Tedesco's got that power peach. Tears through lines like a one-man breach. Every try a cheeky show, 'cause someone always grabs too low. He's the king with the runaway pants. Flashing footy, fans from the stands might lose his kit, but never the ball. He scores, they cheer, we've seen it all. Go, go, Teddy, buns of steel. Spin through tackles like a damn pinwheel. A camera zoom, slow-mo reveal. Another week, another cheeky ordeal. Jerseys ripped, shorts halfway down. Still busts the line and owns the town. From Roosters fans to ref surprise. The league's most famous, gluteal thighs. He ain't trying to show it off, but every game becomes a strip-off. He shrugs it off, another dash. Just Teddy being Teddy with ass and flash. Tedesco's got that power peach. Lost his pants, but still in reach. Highlight reels got cheeks galore. He breaks the line, then breaks decor. Shorts down low, but pride stays high. Mooning defenders as he flies by. Booty legend, footy god. All hail Teddy, thong and all.
Halftime here, 22 points to nil. Teddy and the Roosters flying high in Canberra. Can they keep it up in the second half? Well, you would have to imagine they will. 22 points to nil, but the Raiders, let's be fair, have been atrocious here in the opening half. Mistakes are plenty. As a matter of fact, let's have a look at some of the stats going into that halftime break. The Dogs enthusiast, ahoy mate. The Dogs enthusiast says, go the mighty Roosters. So yeah, let's have a look at some of these statistics at the halftime break. And obviously stats don't necessarily mean a whole lot, but they still make some interesting reading. Some of the stats immediately just sum things up. I mean, 66% completion rate for the Raiders. Poor. Anything. Okay, this is the way that I always look at it. You want to be in the high 80s. You want to be in the high 80s, drifting into the 90s. That's when you know you've had a decent game. If you're in the 90s or high 80s, you've had a really good game. You want to fall somewhere around the 85% mark is a pass. Well and truly a pass mark. Anything in the 80s is still all good, but if you drop under the 80%, you've had a shocker. The Raiders at the moment are at 66%. The Roosters are just sitting there at 80%, so they haven't been all that crash hot themselves, but 66%. I mean, that sums up where all the issues are in this first half. 3 line breaks to 1 in favour of the Rooster. 7 offloads to 4, so they're allowing them to get that second phase play in. Kick defusal, 50% by the Raiders, but yeah, I mean they're getting out-kicked, definitely. Missed tackles, 19 for the Raiders. That's pretty high. 8 errors to 7, so I mean it's really just that completion rate. They're not getting through their sets. Mr. Ed's dead, ahoy mate. And Jules Craw probably already headed off, but yeah, cheers Jules for hanging out tonight and enjoy your meal. Robert Peters, you see another pummeling in this half to come. Yeah, I've got to say I do too. Manuel Snow, ahoy mate. Storm coach having a heart attack before the game and walking out of the box, taking a toll on his health. Yeah, well, interesting. Melbourne Storm supporters, I want to know, what do we think of this? I'm just saying. I'm not saying this will happen. Billy Slater has been pretty firm in his stance that he's not interested in a head coach role in the NRL. Billy Slater, though, is yet to re-sign in the Queensland coaching role. Unless he did it today while I was asleep, and I haven't heard about it yet, but his contract is up for the State of Origin gig. He hasn't re-signed yet. Why hasn't he re-signed yet? Craig Bellamy is having health issues, may not continue at the Melbourne Storm for too much longer. What better hands for Craig Bellamy to leave his baby with than Billy Slater? And what better man to have the passion for the Melbourne Storm come in and take over? Now, he is steadfast in the fact that he's not interested, but I'm just saying, it wouldn't surprise me if Billy Slater does not re-sign for the Origin gig and winds up the Melbourne Storm coach. He does love his horses, doesn't he, Billy? He loves his horses. So when he says, I wouldn't have the time to commit to a full-time coaching gig, he's probably being very, very truthful. Troy Lamatia, ahoy mate. Up the waz. Stephen Peake, I didn't get an opportunity to get a multi on this game, but I can tell you I would have only had 1 tick. My theoretical multi would have been Mark Nawangani Tawase. He was an obvious one. So I would have had that ticked off, but I would have gone Kyo Weeks. Kyo Weeks, Zach Hoskin, I think I said. And did I? I might have said Hugo Savala, actually. But anyway, it's all theoretical. I didn't get a chance to get it on. I can't remember if I said Hugo Savala or not. I might be just trying to claim that one after the fact. But anyway, not to worry. Logs, ahoy, mate. Reckon 1 and 6 get over for the Raiders. Well, yeah, Kyo Weeks was in my theoretical multi. I've got a hard time seeing any of the Raiders get over at the moment, though. Like, they were presented an absolute gift right on the stroke of half-time. The Roosters getting a little bit too fancy for their own good and spilling the ball. A full set of 6, 22 points, 10-0 down. It was an absolute gift to get them back into the contest, going into half-time and taking the momentum into the break for the Raiders. And that full set of 6 inside the red zone, and they just didn't do anything with it. I mean, nothing. They didn't offer any sort of set play, any sort of variety in the attack. They had nothing. It was really disappointing. Manuel Snow, the Warriors play Panthers again in round 23. I hope we can beat them next time and learn from our mistakes. The game was there for the taking, wasn't it? Warriors against the Panthers. The game was very much there for the taking. But just some key moments that they would love to have over again. That's for sure. But anyway, Logs. Do I reckon 1 and 6 get over for the Raiders? I'm having a hard time seeing it, to be honest. They've got to get their heads in the game, and look, maybe they will. Maybe the halftime speech from Ricky will be a glorious one, and they come out a completely different team in the second half. But it's just, yeah, it's impossible to envision it at the moment. They're playing so bad, the Raiders, so bad. Ricky's got him in a circle, though. He's laying down the law. He's got the finger out. And he is laying down the law, so who knows? Maybe they come out like beasts in the second half. 22 points in the modern game is certainly not insurmountable. I mean, they could have that tracked down in 18 minutes. You can very easily go a point a minute or more in the modern game. No question. Monkey D Show. Ahoy, mate. Raiders comeback or what? We'll have to see. They showed nothing. They showed absolutely nothing in that first half that suggested they can. Neil McCauley. Hope Ricky can put a spark up them. They need to put some points on the board at home. Xander. Ahoy, mate. Do I open footy cards? I don't open them, but I do collect them, which probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I recently, well, it's not so recent anymore, but I did purchase, got a very good deal on it too, I reckon. The entire set of 1996 NRL cards. Manuel Snow says Ricky should be sacked. Not all good players make good coaches. Ricky's a pretty decent coach, though. I think that he's been in the job a little too long, personally, now. Like, I think Ricky needs a change, and the Raiders need a change. I really do. But, look, he's done well with what he's had. Let's not forget, he took this team to the minor premiership last year. Let's not forget that. But, yeah, I just think kind of like the Cowboys and Todd Payton, they could do with a change. But, yeah, to say that Ricky is not a good coach is, well, quite honestly, it's ridiculous. He's a very good coach. Jay Abs. says Sanders is not a first-grade halfback. Oh, I don't think he's... he's still young and finding his feet. He's sort of been thrust into it because Fogarty left, and they've decided to back him. Got to give him some time. I don't think that Sanders is necessarily the problem here in that first half. Raiders at least score a try. It's your home ground. I reckon they'll get the rocket at halftime, and they'll come out with a little bit more enthusiasm in the second half. Surely. Surely. 22 points to nil at the break. And they haven't really fired a shot at the moment. The Raiders. Nightingale, ahoy, mates. Bro, Xavier Coates. Wondering if there's more. Wondering if there's more to that message about to come through. As we get ready for the second half. Oh, what? Xavier Coates tore his ACL today at training. You're kidding. He was on the verge of returning. Oh, my God. Melbourne's slender hopes of making the NRL finals. Who wrote this? Who wrote this? Slender hopes? They've got very good hopes of making the top 8. But anyway, I digress. They've been dealt a major blow with star winger Xavier Coates ruled out for the season after snapping his Achilles. See, that all happened while I was sleeping today, apparently. Back underway. The second half, off and running. And the Raiders will get first use of it. The Roosters try and drive Mariota over the sideline. Oh, that's massive for the Melbourne Storm, though. Wishart's injured. Howarth is injured. Meaney's injured. Xavier Coates was set to return in the next couple of weeks, and now he's done for the season. That is madness. Smithies takes it up the middle. 10 short of halfway here. 2 tackles left for the Raiders. Strange takes the line on and is well hit by Sam Walker. 5th and last, just short of halfway. Sanders puts the high ball up. Coming forward for it, Tedesco traps it with the boot, and it's going to go into touch as it dived on by Savage for the Raiders. And Teddy Tedesco, what the hell was that? Here's a big opportunity now for the Raiders. Hosking, taken by Connor Watson. 10 out from the line. James Tedesco, what in the hell was that? Here they come now, the Raiders. Tarpanay. 10 metres out just to the left of the post. Starling goes short side. Weeks slips. And Angus Crichton dives on him. 5 out from the line. Sanders. Inside for Mariota. Draws in 3 defenders. And he's taken down right in front of the posts. 5th and last. Sanders grubbers him behind the line. Towed through, though, by Robson. And Robson will dive on the loose ball for the Roosters. And again, that was a really poor set from the Raiders. In the red zone, on the attack. Right before halftime and right after halftime. And they just haven't had any variety. And haven't set up any plays. Tedesco with an almighty blunder that presented them a golden opportunity. They could have been 22-12. But anyway, Walker kicks on play 4. In behind Weeks. Finding the grass again, the Roosters. And Weeks has it sit up on his goal line. They haven't given him any time or space tonight. Weeks will play it 10 out from his own line. Savage. Nowhere to go. The Roosters controlling territory here. Laurie brings it outside the 20. Another good carry. Dane Laurie, he can play absolutely anywhere, that bloke. Hudson Young on the 4th, 35 metres out, keeping it in tight. Tapane gets through. Angus Crichton flicks it out the back. And Mariotta up to halfway. Late offload. Back for Hosking. Takes it into the Roosters half on the 5th and last. Some nice offloading there for the Raiders. Sanders with the high floating bomb. The Roosters let it bounce. They let it bounce a second time, and it's batted back for Sam Walker. Tedesco wanted nothing to do with that after the last effort. And they didn't want anything to do with it on the second bounce either. Poor Jonathan Thurston is freezing his nipples off on the sideline. He's all rocked up and he can barely speak. Oh, poor JT as Toya's in space. Down the right edge, up over halfway. It's 3-on-1. They draw in Weeks at the back. Cherry Evans is pulled down from behind. A metre out from the line. Front foot ball. Walker with the kick pass out to the left. It beats everybody. And Savage will take it dead for a goal line dropout. Another line break for the Roosters from halfway, set up by Nwangani Tuase. Two degrees, and poor Jonathan Thurston on the sideline, all rugged up. He hates it when they go to Canberra, does JT. Hates it. North Queensland boy, absolutely not used to 2-degree temperatures. Is that Lindsay Collins? Puts the bumpers up on Starling. Rocks him backwards. Smithies makes the hit. 30 metres out in midfield. Here they come again, the Roosters. Butcher to the 20. Slow play the ball. Watson to Walker. Takes the line on. Semi Walker. 15 metres out. Tedesco in midfield. Surrenders in the tackle. 5 metres out right in front of the post on play 4. Robson from dummy half. Takes a couple of steps and gives it to DCE for Butcher. 5th and last. Staying on this right edge. Cherry Evans. They're up quickly on him. Great effort from Timoko. That'll be a handover. Timoko races up. Shuts down Cherry Evans' space. Six gone in the second half. Oh, geez, that was a flat pass from dummy half for Laurie. No call. Sanders now shifts it on for Strange. Floats it over the top for Savage in a little bit of space. 10 short of halfway. Strange into dummy half. Been very flat tonight, Ethan Strange. I'm glad that he didn't, as a Blues supporter, I'm very glad he did not play like this instead of Origin. He's just been very, very flat. And Kyo Weeks has been off the pace tonight as well. Easily chopped down here by Robert Toya. Halfway line on that left edge for the 5th and last. Strange now puts the high ball up. And nobody really chasing through. It's an easy take for Tedesco on the 20. And he heads back down the right edge. They all came up in a line, but it was a very, very slow and lackadaisical line. The Raiders chasers. And it's, really bizarre what's going on with the Raiders tonight. There's Nat Butcher in midfield. Carries it up to the 40. Looks for a quick play of the ball. They stay down this left edge. Tedesco for Walker. And Angus Crichton now fights his way through and into the Raiders half. Michaela says up the Raiders. 40 metres out from the line. Angus Crichton told to go back to the mark and play it. Walker drifting across field. Turns it inside for Watson. 5th and last. 40 metres out. Walker puts the high ball up. Smith is chasing through to put pressure on. Savage comes forward for it and spills it. And the Roosters dive on the loose ball. It's a knock on Xavier Savage. And the body language of the Raiders is what's most concerning. Nothing. Emotionless. Usually you see players after a mistake give you something. Well, Savage was obviously infuriated about it himself, but just the faces and the body language here from the Raiders is just complete uncaring. They need somebody to spark them into gear ASAP. 22 points to 0. The Roosters on the attack inside the red zone again. They shift to the right. Tedesco, one-on-one with Sanders. Sanders brings him down. A penalty, though, to the Roosters. They're offside from the scrum. Offside from the scrum. It's a penalty right out in front. Well, almost. They're going to have the scrum again here, the Roosters. 10 metres out, 10 to the left of the post. Stacked on this right-hand edge. That's where they go. That's where all the players were. Toya, but Nwangini Tuase steps back inside Timoko. Another weak attempt at cover tackle. And Nwangini Tuase gets a hat-trick. That was just way too easy. The Raiders. What is up, Raiders? Their head's just not in the game. Another poor effort defensively. Nwangini Tuase has just strolled through 3 defenders here. Toya taps it on nicely. Timoko, Sanders, Starling. Where's the effort? Nwangini Tuase from 10 metres out. 1, 2, 3. Easy as you like. Plants it down. 26-0 kick to come. Try confirmed. Nwangini Tuase a hat-trick on his return game. And this is just a glorified training session for the Roosters. $26-0, the kick to come from the sideline. Nwangini Tuase, his 3rd try tonight. One-way traffic. Alexander Roth says it's finished. It also looks like there's more Roosters supporters left in the stadium than Raiders fans. The Roosters faithful making the trek down to Canberra. Sammy Walker from the sideline to extend the lead here for the Roosters. He pushed the first couple across the face. He adjusted with his most recent one, and this time he starts it way out to the right, and it stays there. No hook on it whatsoever. 26-0 it stays. What a performance from the Roosters, though. As poor as the Raiders have been. It's been one-way traffic. But yeah, just interesting body language from the Raiders. It's disappointing to see. Just a complete lack of enthusiasm or interest, it seems. Hannah, ahoy there. Yes, up the wires. Aussie John, ahoy mate. Are the Panthers an absolute sure bet for the premiership? Well, there's no such thing as an absolute sure bet. They're certainly hands down the favourites at the moment as Robson goes short for Wong, bumps off one, and he's taken down on halfway. Siwa Wong. Watson scoops it up. Oh, they're just destroying them up the middle here. 40 metres out from the line. Watson will play it on the 5th and last. Everybody lining up for it here on the left. Walker puts the high ball up. Savage does well to take it. 10 out from his own line. The Raiders in possession. Strange into dummy half. Gives it to Laurie. Big defense from the Roosters. Neil McCauley says Roosters came to play. Raiders apparently not. Madonica. What if the Raiders get 0 from their home ground? Roosters have mercy on them. Tackle 4, and they're only just outside the 20. Mariota spills it backwards. Strange, heading across field. Links up with Savage, who comes back infield. 5th and last on their own 20. They've made about 10 metres off this set. This is atrocious. 13 metres gained. Sanders kicks from inside his own 20. And it bounces up at the back for Nwangani Tawase, who nearly made a meal of it. But he takes it as he dives forward. 10 short of halfway. A 3-man tackle puts him on his back. Toya from a standing start. Taken on the halfway line. Nat Butcher winds up. 40 metres out. They're just full of running here, and the Raiders still looking very flat. Walker over the head of Angus Crichton. Scooped up well by Savala on the bounce. 30 metres out in midfield. Tackle 4. Walker goes out to the right now for Wong to angle back in and see why Wong tackled 20 out from the line on the 5th and last. Options left and right. They go right. Cherry Evans chips it in over the top. It's going to land about 5 out from the try line. Jed Stewart takes it. Raiders back in possession. Adam Hugo reckons that Rob is a closet Raider. We've had a few closet Raiders in the chat room over the years, I must admit. They eventually outed themselves as true Raiders supporters. They know who they are. Hudson Young, flat pass to Timoko out on the left. Well defended by Robert Toya. Young, back down the short side. Some interplay there with Timoko, and then Hudson Young spills it forward. It's been knocked down by the Roosters. Raiders ball. On halfway, Raiders will get it back. Nwangani Tawase looks perplexed at that decision. But some interplay down the short side. 2-man show, Timoko and Young. And yes, there was the touch from Nwangani Tawase. Cheeky little hand in there. And the Raiders will get the scrum on halfway. Ricky Stewart chewing away at his gum. I wonder how many sticks he's gone through. Can the Raiders get themselves on the board? Last year's minor premiers having a really disappointing season so far. 35 out from the line. Sanders. A strange short ball for Hosking. Taken by Angus Crichton and Connor Watson. 30 out from the line. Strange. Drifting across to the left for Sanders. Cutout pass for Timoko, who cuts back in field. He's taken down on the 20. Out of dummy half goes Hudson Young. Puts the grubber kick in. Hudson, it hits the upright. And Connor Watson dives on the loose ball. He's tackled back in the end goal. It'll be a goal line dropout. Hudson Young out of dummy half, putting the grubber kick in. Now that's a little bit of variety. Don't know that it's necessarily the type of variety they need. You don't need your second rower putting grubber kicks in. But anyways, they've got a result from it. Goal line dropout. Roosters go short. Nwangani Tawase gets up for it. It's loose out the back. Who's it off? It's forward off Nwangani Tawase. Back into midfield here for the Raiders ball as Connor Watson leaves the field. The St. George Dragons bound Connor Watson. Raiders play it. 15 out from the line. Hosking on the inside ball. Good strong carry to the 10. Plenty of time left in the game. I mean, still a quarter of the way to go. Just over. Tapane held up a metre short. Just to the left of the post. Starling for Sanders. Steps off the left boot and takes the line on himself. A metre out here. Halfway through the set, the Raiders. Mariota takes the hit up himself. And he's put to ground. Still just a metre out. Starling for Sanders. They come to the right for Strange. Ducks under the tackle of Walker. Gets the offload for Laurie, who switches direction. Back for Weeks in midfield. Weeks spins out of a couple of tackles and gives it off for Hudson Young. 10 metres out now on the fifth and last. They stay left edge here. Laurie, the double pump for Weeks. Can't get on the outside of Robert Toya, who absolutely cleans him up. Beautiful defence from the Roosters on their own goal line. But again, just nothing in the way of attack from the Raiders. Very sluggish, very one-dimensional, and easily read by the Roosters' defensive line. Back into midfield for a play the ball. 10 out from their own line, the Roosters. Some big hits coming in for the Raiders, but too little too late in this game, it would appear. Angus Crichton resists the urge for the late offload. Stands in the tackle as he's got green jerseys pouring all over him. A solid effort from Angus Crichton. Nat Butcher now. So Nafahu White. They finally put the big fella down. And an early kick from inside the 40. Cherry Evans. This time he can't find the grass. Weeks takes it on the full for the first time tonight that I can recall. And Nwangani Tawase is there to put him down. A great kick chase. Big defense down that short side. Stewart driven backwards as the Raiders very slow to get back in behind the ball. Timoko brings it out to the 40. A resigned look on the face by Ricky Stewart, you would have to say. As Mariota gets a couple of meters, stands in the tackle of White, just short of halfway as the Raiders come back into midfield. Hosking into the Roosters' half. Bumps off the initial hit from Collins, gets the offload. And Owen Paddy's on the field. 2 tackles left for the Raiders. That was a good run. Fifth and last, Strange gets it back for Tarpany. Spins out of the tackle of White. Offloads for Paddy. Flicks it over the top for Sanders. The floater out for Timoko with Weeks wrapping around down that left edge. And Toya's there to cover it off. Quick hands, hot potato stuff from the Raiders. Hudson Young with the crossfield kick. And it's straight down the throat of Billy Smith, who runs it back for the Roosters and brings it back easily to the 20. Nwangani Tawase now. Gets another 10 metres. Spencer Leniu ready to come back onto the field. Oh, we've got an issue here. 6 more tackles for the Roosters. The Raiders caught offside again. Terry Evans plays it just short of halfway. Tedesco at first receiver. Carries into the Raiders' half. The final quarter of this game to go. The Raiders sitting on donuts. 30 out from the line. Robson scoops it up. Goes out of dummy half. Tarpanay sticks with him. And brings him to ground on the fifth and last. 20 metres out from the line. Walker puts the high ball up. Roosters are flying through. Pressure on at the back. Weeks misses it. It sits up in the end goal. And it's battered dead. Hudson Young gets back there. And we've got Captain's Challenge incoming. The Captain's Challenge, presumably from the Raiders here. Weeks goes up for it against Tedesco. It's straight through the arms of Weeks. Oh, the Roosters challenge this. Okay. The Roosters captain's challenged for some reason. It's through the arms of Weeks into the arms of Tedesco, who spills it forward. I thought that the on-field decision was a goal line dropout for the Raiders, and if the Roosters did launch this captain's challenge, they probably would have been better off just leaving it, as Hudson Young bats it dead. And it's going to be a knock-on against James Tedesco. Handover here for the Raiders, and they retain their captain's challenge by the looks of it, the Roosters. 10 out from their own line. Big Red, Corey Horsburgh. Been very, very quiet tonight, Big Red. But then a lot of the players have been. Aaron says they won something at least. Horsburgh goes again, brings it outside the red zone, up to the 30. Robert Peters says someone give the Raiders a sat-nav so they can actually find the try line. With 19 minutes left to play, 26 points to 0. Hudson Young plays it. They like this short side play. Timoko maintains his feet as Cherry Evans gets across to help out Robert Toya. Fifth and last, just short of halfway. Sanders puts the high floating bomb up. Tedesco comes forward for it and takes it well, spinning away from Savage, who was flying through. And Tedesco's done extremely well there. Walker turns it inside for Billy Smith, and Horsburgh's got hold of him. No one need to say up to the 40. A good carry. Getting involved in everything, Marky Mark. 18 minutes left to play. White will play it on the halfway mark. Tedesco at first receiver. Short for Lenu. Almost breaks through. Fifth and last, 40 meters out. Cherry Evans now with the high ball. Down that right edge. Roosters putting pressure on. Stewart spills it. 6 more tackles here. No one going to need to say, oh, he's in the clear, but knock on against the Roosters. Double knock on. First one against the Raiders. Jed Stewart first. Robert Toya second. Roosters will get the ball back. 17 and a half minutes to play. And the Roosters looking to pile on some more misery here. Jed Stewart with the dropped ball. Scaife 97. Ahoy, mate. You just had a meeting. You take it the Raiders are just as bad as they've been all game? Yes. Yes. Cherry Evans pops it back for Tedesco. Tedesco heads across field in front of the posts. And he's taken a ground 10 meters out here on play one. Robson goes short for Radley. Hudson Young holds him up. A meter out. Robson for White. White spins away from a one. Fends away from a second. And Beg Nafahu White. He doesn't get the ball down. He's across the line. Tarpanay with a potential try saver here. Nafahu White's claiming it, though. It's going to go up as a try. Nafahu White, he's been in absolute beast mode tonight. And he has potentially extended it here for the Roosters. Beats the tackle of Hudson Young. Fends away from Sanders. Tarpanay, the only one to come at him. Away from Young, away from Sanders. Tarpanay gets his arm in under it. Tarpanay might have saved the day here for the Raiders. Tarpanay got his arm in under the ball. Oh, it's touched the grass there. That's a try. Nafahu White, I think it's brushed the grass. And this will be a try for the Roosters. 30 points to 0. Oh, they're going to have a look. They're going to have a look. They're going to check it. I think this is a try. Tarpanay did well. He got his arm in under the ball. I think White does manage to get it to the deck, though. It just brushes the grass. Tarpanay's done extremely well, though. And, oh, no try. Okay, it's an obstruction. It is an obstruction call against Siwa Wong. So there we go. Nafahu White. It's irrelevant whether he got it to ground or not. An obstruction against Siwa Wong. And the Raiders only finding touch on their own 20. So they're still inside their own red zone, momentarily at least. Robert Peters says, I think wrong decision there. Do you think wrong decision or do you think Wong decision? Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist that one. At a dummy half goes Owen Paddy for Sanders to drop it off for Tarpany. Staying down that short side. Tarpany stands in the three-man tackle. 26 points to 0 it remains. Owen Paddy out of dummy half. Breaks straight through. Paddy with one to beat. Runs through a lot of traffic. A set restart here for the Raiders. Paddy takes it inside the 20. Sanders for Strange. Holds the pass up for Weeks out the back. And Laurie throws it out in front of Savage and into touch. Oh. Frustration for the Raiders continues. Poor execution. And now Xavier Savage is limping back into position. The quick hands from Dane Laurie. It was way too far out in front of Savage. And Savage has potentially pulled a muscle here, reaching forward for that one. Scrum down for the Roosters here. 10 out from their own line. 14 and a half minutes left to play. Scaife 97 on Twitch says that no try call. Was it Wong or was it White? Siwa Wong and Nafahu White both involved in the play. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Poor execution again from the Raiders. A missed opportunity. 26 points to 0. And a lost ball. But it's a penalty. Penalty to the Roosters. Marker's not square again, is it? Or the ball was knocked on by Nafahu White. But another infringement against the Raiders. Poor discipline now creeping into the game. $20 out from the line. White had a try taken off him just a couple of minutes ago. Victor Radley straight up the middle. 10 meters out now, the Roosters. Tedesco goes short for Angus Crichton. 5 out from the line. He stands in the tackle. Robson out of dummy half. Back for Walker in midfield. White has another go. Stands in the tackle. 5 out just to the right of the post on play 4. Robson. Dummies infield. Goes out for Tedesco. A gap opens up. Tedesco surrenders because he realizes probably obstruction there. 5th and last. Walker caught with the ball. Dane Laurie up quickly on him. That'll be a handover. 5 out from their own line here. So they'll bring it back to the 10. Laurie. Very flat-footed and 1 out from the ruck. This has been a pretty boring half, says Josh, and it's hard to disagree. There's been some exciting moments, but overall, the Raiders have just been so flat and so atrocious. It's hard to take too much excitement out of it. Penalty now for the Raiders. 3rd man in, attacking the legs. Clear-cut penalty. Sanders will put it into touch, 10 short of halfway. Can they do something, anything here, the Raiders? Laurie taps it and takes the line on himself, and he's hit hard by Billy Smith and Hugo Savala. And he might want that time over again. Laurie, as he's slow to get up on his feet and play it. Tarpany up the middle. 40 meters out from the line. Stuck on donuts here. The Raiders Big Red charging forward. His best run of the night. Gets the late pass out the back for Smithies. Smithies carries it to the 20. Victor Radley trips him up with the help of Nafahu White. Halfway through the set. Sanders on for Strange. Short ball for Hosking. Bends the line 10 metres out. That's better from the Raiders. 10 to go. Sanders for Strange. Out of options on the left, so he cuts back to the right. Gets the ball away for Big Red. Puts on the goose step, Big Red. 10 metres out from the line now on the fifth and last. Paddy out of dummy half. Nobody running with him. It's a set restart, and he's put the kick in. No advantage for the offside. Penalty to the Raiders right out in front. Take the 2. Put some points on the board. Scoreboard pressure. Christian, Y4Z, ahoy mate. Welcome along. Owen Paddy taps and gives to Hosking. The final 10 minutes. Can the Raiders get themselves on the board? Paddy, he's been good since he came on. Goes short here for Smithies. Held up a metre out just to the right of the post. Paddy from dummy half tries to burrow under. Robson's got hold of him. Hooker on hooker. Stalemate. Big Red at first receiver. Steps back in field. Flicks it out the back of the hands. Angus Crichton bats it down. He saves a try, Angus Crichton, but he'll give away 6 more tackles as the Raiders will get the scrum. 26 points to 0. 9.5 minutes remaining and a scrum down 10 metres out. Can they get some points here? The Raiders. Big numbers out to the left here. So they'll probably come to the right. Where there's nobody. Everybody lined up to the left and almost going through there with Sanders. Taken down just a couple of metres out from the line. Slow to get up and play it. Paddy goes left for Weeks at first receiver. And Victor Radley racing up on him. They lose some metres here, the Raiders. Horsburgh to Strange. Out for Dane Laurie, who's cut down by Savala. Great legs tackle. Halfway through the set, still 10 metres out, not really offering anything. Sanders kicks in behind. And lurking is James Teddy Tedesco. And the Roosters are back in possession. The Raiders with another fluffed set of 6. Really, really poor. Ricky will be furious on the sideline, I'm sure. Capture, thank you very much for the rose on TikTok. Much appreciated. Capture. As Radley in at dummy half goes down the short side. Cherry Evans spins out of the tackle of Sanders. And then Smithies has him wrapped up. 10 short of halfway on the fifth and last. Walker from inside the 40 gets a nice angle on this kick. Bends it towards the sideline. Weeks has to bat it back in field. And Stewart will pick it up on the goal line and pass it back for Weeks. Great kick chase as well. 10 metres out from their own line over on that left edge. Great heads-up play. Matty James, ahoy mate. Shout out to Ivan. Got his first bet win of the season. Robert Peters says, I think the Raiders may have sniffed the try line maybe once. Been a really poor performance at home for the Raiders as Hudson Young takes tackle 4 on the 20-metre line. They're just not making meters. Brayley for Laurie and out the back for Strange. Savala's raced up on him and shut him down. Fifth and last, they've made about 19 metres. That's 14 metres, that set. As Laurie races a kick away straight down the throat of Tedesco. And Teddy will fire it over to Nwangani Tawase on the right. And he's well cut down by Timoko. But great field position once again here for the Roosters. The Raiders just not even in this fight. It's a no contest. The Raiders only 14 metres off that last set, and they're just struggling to get any go forward at all. It's where they need Big Papa. Big Papa up the middle. There's Nafahu White, another strong carry. 25 metres out now. Tedesco with quick hands out the back. Savala puts Smith into a gap. Smith steps back inside Kyo Weeks. And Billy Smith will score the try. The Roosters extend their lead. Oh, wait a minute. It's gone up as no try. On-field call of no try. Billy Smith steps back inside Weeks and loses the ball. He's dropped it over the try line. Billy Smith. He's dropped it over the try line. No grounding. It stays 26 points to 0. Well, in a game that's been dominated by the Roosters, Billy Smith is one player for the Roosters who has had an absolute shocker and a night to forget. Daniel Tupou, when fit, will just waltz back into this squad at the expense of Billy Smith. That's for sure. He's certainly done nothing to justify keeping hold of the jersey. As Owen Paddy puts the kick downfield. Nobody at the back. Tedesco's up in the line. But he does track back for it ahead of Xavier Savage. The tackle is made just a couple of metres out from their own try line here, the Roosters. Smith stands in the two-man tackle. 5.5 minutes remaining. I don't feel like the Roosters are really going to try anything too much. Nwangani Tawase fights his way forward. He's going to keep trying. And it's a good carry. Takes it up to the 30. Robert Toya now. 10 short of halfway on play 3. Radley into dummy half. Goes for Nafahu White, who takes it inside the Raiders half. Post-contact meters at the wazoo tonight for White. Jerry Evans on the 5th and last. Dinks it in over the top. Some space in behind. And it sits up in behind Jed Stewart and ahead of Kyo Weeks. And a great kick chase, keeping the Raiders pinned down on their own 10. $26 points to 0, 4.5 remain. And the Raiders just, I cannot name one single actual try-scoring opportunity that they've created for themselves. 6 again here for the Raiders. Paddy goes for Brayley. And the Roosters fans doing the mockery of the Viking clap. Smithies goes short for Mariota. 5 short of halfway. Angus Crichton and Spencer Linu make the hit. Brayley goes left for Laurie and Hudson Young standing out in the back line. 40 metres out now on play 4. Paddy out of dummy half. Catches them napping again. He's been solid, Owen Paddy. Plays the ball quickly as well. 5th and last. Hudson Young chips it in over the top. It deflects back for Ethan Strange. And Strange knocks it on. Oh, he's had a stinker tonight, Ethan Strange. 26-0, 3.5 to go. And Roosters ball. Josh, you needed Roosters to score 10 points this half. They've had 2 tries taken away. All one-sided indeed in this contest. And it's looking like they're not going to come away with any points. Can they get a converted try in the final 2.5 minutes for Josh to get the Roosters? He's 10 points. Connor Watson straight up the middle. He's brought down from behind by Big Red just over the halfway line. Quick play the ball. Walker from dummy half will kick over the top. Nobody at home for the Raiders. Weeks leading the chase. And it will be a goal line dropout. 2.5 minutes to go. They've got 4 points in this second half so far. Convert a try would do it for you, Josh. 2.5 minutes to go. You would think that they would get the ball back from this one. I mean, the Raiders probably I don't know. They probably just smack it deep, don't they? They go short-ish. It's an easy take on the 20-metre line for Tedesco. Teddy has it for the Roosters. Here we go. 2 minutes left. Can the Roosters get a converted try to get their 10 points for the second half? For Keddy. 15 metres out. The big fella plays it. Roosters go right for Radley. Short ball for Lenu. Spins. Gets it back for Cherry Evans. Bringing it back into midfield for Walker. Through the legs of Angus Crichton. Out the back to nobody. Billy Smith has to retreat 10 metres for it. A minute and a half to go. 3 tackles down. Angus Crichton takes it up the middle. Stands 25 metres out. 2 tackles left. Radley. For Cherry Evans, chips it over the top. Stewart backs up for it and takes it nicely. But they've got him in the end goal. Penalty for a second effort. And yeah, there goes the 10 points. Penalty on the goal line for the Raiders. (26-0), 47 seconds to go. And the kick finding touch just short of halfway. The nice touch finder. Timoko taps and goes quickly. No, too quickly. Told to go back and take it properly. Timoko taps and goes again into the Roosters half. And a penalty here. Oh no, he still hasn't taken it from the proper spot. Now he gets it right. Third time's the charm. Timoko tackled just inside the Roosters half. 27 seconds to go. Laurie at first receiver for Strange. Goes out the back for Weeks. Weeks can't get away from Angus Crichton. 40 metres out now from the Roosters line. Big Red, Corey Horsburgh. Flicks it out the back to nobody. Laurie scoops it up for the Raiders. This is it. The final play of the match. Take it. 2-point drop goal. Do it. Brayley sends it left for Strange, who just surrenders in the tackle. 26 points to 0. The Roosters dominate the Raiders here on their home turf. 26 zippo in what was a really poor game, let's be honest. A disaster piece of a game after that great one that we saw just before, the Storm and the Knights going back and forth. A back and forth contest, 32 points to 30, and then we get a 26-0 drubbing. And yeah, the Raiders, they've got to do some serious soul searching. Has Ricky Stewart lost the dressing room? Serious question. Not a single player out there showed any emotion tonight or any interest whatsoever. Has Sticky Ricky lost the changing room? Big questions and big soul searching needs to be done here for the Raiders. Last year's minor premiers, and they are slumping down in the bottom end of the table in season 2026. All right, Wasted World of Sports, thank you so much for your company. As always, look forward to joining you again tomorrow for another doubleheader. Until then, enjoy the rest of your night. Cheers. Not too much of a post-game to talk about in this one, right? I mean, it was one-way traffic, so what can we talk about? Roosters were okay without being outstanding. Raiders were terrible. Poor Jonathan Thurston. You're going to feel so sorry for him. He does not like it when Channel 9 goes to Canberra. Anyway, thank you so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Cheers.
1, 2, 3, 4, Teddy lost his shorts again.